Ya sudah. Ya sudah. Apa?
Ibu kemana? Oh,
Dimohon kepada seluruh peserta untuk segera menonaktifkan mikrofon karena acara akan segera kita mulai. Sekali lagi dimohon kepada seluruh peserta untuk menonaktifkan mikrofon. Saya unmute. Sekali lagi kepada seluruh peserta untuk segera menonaktifkan mikrofon karena acara akan kita mulai.
Itu udah tulisan. Jangan makan.
Siapa itu?
Ratnasari, tolong di-mute. Manisul Afdila, tolong di-mute.
Tadi anu sungguh dong. Berapa tadi? Itu nanti.
Saudari Feni Yuniharto, tolong di-mute.
Persidangan bintangnya. Kimia tiga suruh na tuh tapi.
Akan tiada.
Ngomong farmasi, tolong di-mute.
Apa? Masih.
Ambil. Coba.
nggak ada saya. Oh,
Oke.
keluarga.
Kita mulai ya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wa bihi nasta'in ala umuri dunya waddin. Assalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in amma ba'du. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are you today? First of all, let's say our praises and gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala due to His illimitable grace and blessing. So we can gather together in this morning, in this good occasion, and in our best condition. Salawat and salam we also give to our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. He gave us from the darkness to brightness and blessed by Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, insyaAllah. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we proudly present our professional speakers who have opportunity in today's international webinar. First, Associated Professor Muhbin Makmur Bakri, Dean Faculty of Pharmacy, University of Kebangsaan Malaysia. Secondly, Professor Fourthly, Endang Koni Suryaningsi, MSc, PhD candidate from National Taipei University of Nursing and Health Science. Lastly, Andari Wuri Astuti, PhD, Lecturer of Master in Midwifery Study Program at Aisyah University, Yogyakarta. Thank you very much for willing to be our guest speaker. Dear Chairman of the Muhammadiyah Region of West Nusa Tenggara Province, Dr. Falahuddin, with all due our respect, Head of Daily Advisor University of Muhammadiyah Mataram, Dr. Randus Gulam Abbas, Master of Science, the Honorable Rector of University of Muhammadiyah Mataram, Dr. Randus Haji Arsad Abdul Ghani, Master of Education, and all of his The Honorable tolong dong jangan di mute terus.
Coba ditertibkan peserta itu tidak boleh membuka pengarasuan. Ini ribut, tidak bagus seminarnya, apalagi seminar internasional itu.
Dimohon kepada seluruh para peserta untuk menonaktifkan mikrofon. Untuk menonaktifkan acara internasional. Sekali lagi kami mohon dengan sangat untuk kepada seluruh para peserta untuk menonaktifkan mikrofon. Oke, terima kasih. Kami lanjutkan. Oke, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable, all of Dean of Faculty in University of Muhammadiyah Mataram, The Honorable Dean of Faculty Health of Science, University of Muhammadiyah Mataram, Apoteker Nurul Kia, Master of Clinical Pharmacy, The Honorable all lecturers in University of Muhammadiyah Mataram, and all invited guys. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our international with the Pharmacists in new normal era. Entering the one for opening ceremony for smoothly, good and useful of this event, let us say the basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Singing the Indonesian national anthem and Mars Muhammad.
Main ente Muhammadiyah. Kan ente yang ngadain.
Tunggu deh.
Ini kan yang ngadain Muhammadiyah.
Siapa Bu Nuki Nurul Kiam nama anunya?
Nurul.
Ini orang-orangnya lucu ya. Kalau itu mukanya lucu sendiri.
Sekali lagi dimohon kepada para peserta yang baru masuk untuk
Nggak kenal cari juga. Kita ada muka dulu.
Ada suaranya ini ya. Ini udah.
lecturer in University of Muhammadiyah Mataram, and all invited guys. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our
Nyalain aja. Hah? Unmo.
During the one for opening ceremony for smoothly, good and useful of this event, let us say the basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Singing the Indonesian national anthem and Mars Muhammad.
Main ente Muhammadiyah. Kan ente yang ngadain.
Tunggu deh.
Ini kan yang ngadain Muhammadiyah.
Siapa Bu Nuki Nurul Kiam nama.
Sekali lagi dimohon kepada seluruh peserta untuk segera menonaktifkan mikrofon. Kami mohon sekali lagi untuk kepada seluruh para peserta untuk menonaktifkan mikrofon agar acara berjalan dengan hikmat. Terima kasih. Sekali lagi kami mohon dengan sangat kepada seluruh para peserta untuk segera menonaktifkan mikrofonnya. Kami mohon sekali lagi kepada seluruh peserta untuk menonaktifkan mikrofon.
Coba dimatikan di hostnya disuruh matikan semua di situ.
Ya, memang.
Di hostnya coba
Ini
diatur
Pak
di host.
Rektor.
Harning.
Di mute.
Enggak, ini suara mereka, suara hostnya nggak ada.
Maria ada.
Dari tadi. Hah? Dari tadi. Kamu kemarin kan?
Mau dibet kali acara itu.
Coba orang masuk. Hah?
Emang buka Telegram yuk.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next, we welcome the Dean of the next. Ladies and gentlemen, the next, we welcome the Dean of Faculty Health of Science, University of Muhammadiyah, Mataram, Pharmacist Apotheker Nurul Qiyam, Master of Clinical Pharmacy, to deliver greeting. Pharmacist Apotheker Nurul Qiyam, Master of Clinical Pharmacy.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let's say our praise and gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala due to His illimitable grace and blessing. So we can gather together in this morning, in this good occasion, and in our best condition, event talk by virtual. Salawat and greeting we also give to our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. He guide us from the darkness to brightness and blessed by Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, insyaAllah. With all our respect, the Honorable Rector Universitas Muhammadiyah Mataram, Dr. Haji Arsyad Abdul Ghani, Master of Education, and all of his staff, the Honorable, our speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Moh bin Makmur Bakri, S. Dean Faculty of Pharmacy, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, Profesor Dr. Apoteker Retno Sari Adrajati, Magister of Science as Professor in Pharmacists, Universitas Indonesia, Apoteker lalu Muhammad Irham, Magister Pharmacy, PhD candidate from Taipei Medical University, Lecturer Universitas Ahmad Dahlan Yogyakarta, Endang Koni Suryaningsi, Magister of Science, PhD candidate from National Taipei University of Nursing and Health Science, Lecturer Universitas Aisyah Yogyakarta, Andari Wuri Astuti, PhD, Lecturer Universitas Aisyah Yogyakarta. The Honorable, our awesome participant, we are reporting amount of our participants for about 20,000 people. Thank you for your attendance. This all nothing without you. I want to say thank you also for our awesome committee and speakers who are able to organize and share the information for our participants. Well, for all of us, welcome to our international webinar with the topic, the role of pharmacists and midwives in new normal era. The aim of this event is showing our contribution to face the pandemic that not end yet. All of us know COVID-19 does exist since December 2019, and in Indonesia, this pandemic starts since March 2020. It changed many aspects of our life. It could make some people dead. This pandemic has infected almost 9 million people around the world, and in Indonesia is about 95,000 people. Actually, the COVID-19 patient could recover, but it could also become a cause of death. The amount of death case is big enough. That's why we have to anticipate and adapt with this condition protocolly. We also face new normal era in this pandemic. Some people are not educated well of this era. Some of them think that COVID-19 is go away and forget the rules, wearing masks, washing hands, and physical distancing. The perceived new normal era is normal life. So we are here as health workers have a responsibility to educate it and inform the present condition. That is one of our rules. We have to work together to fight this pandemic. I really appreciate all of you who contributing with fight this pandemic with many facing barrier. We respect you, all of us, health worker in clinic and academic and also society have our role to lend our hand to our government. The hospital in clinical should be ready by providing their facilities and medical team for this situation, but keep giving health service for our society with minimal infected disease transmission and balancing acts. Selection of patients in hospital have done and keep doing to minimize the transmission. Rapid test or PCR could become a rule when assessing the patient, and using telemedicine is one of alternative ways because the minimal transmission not only for society but also for us as health workers. Pharmacists and midwives have a role to contribute, fight and adapt with the new normal era situation. Pharmacists provide the medicine to fight it, and midwives ensure the best quality to prevent and cure the COVID-19 in maternal and child health. We work together with anticipate high risk. We keep work protocol. From that condition, so we are going to hear our extraordinary speaker delivering the material. Our speaker today come from University Kebangsaan Malaysia, Universitas Indonesia, Taipei Medical University, Universitas Aisyah Yogyakarta, Universitas Ahmad Dahlan Yogyakarta, who are graduate from Leeds University and National Taipei University, Nursing and Health Science. Our agenda today also will be given a report from Indonesia World Record Museum, Muri. We have registered this event onto Muri. Amazing. Today, all of you here as a part of this record, we registered this event as the biggest pharmacist and midwife collaboration webinar. Hopefully, this could be continue a good relationship between health workers to help each other well, especially for facing this pandemic. Today, Mr. Jaya Suprana will give us the record by virtual. For the effectiveness of our time, I want to say thank you once more, and please forgive us if we do mistake during this event. Please enjoy this webinar. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the remark given by Dean of Faculty Health of Science, University of Muhammadiyah, Mataram. The next agenda, welcome Director of University of Muhammadiyah, Mataram, for Dr. Arsad Abdul Ghani, Master of Education, to deliver greeting. Please welcome.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wa bihi nasta'inuhu ala umri dunya waddin. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh. Yang saya hormati Ketua Badan Pembina Harian Muhammadiyah Mataram yang mungkin ikut serta dalam webinar ini. Yang saya hormati Profesor Dr. Muhammad bin Makmur Bakri, Profesor Dr. Retnosari Adrajati MS, lalu Muhammad Irham Enfar, kandidat doktor dari Muhammad Dahlan, Endang Koni Suryaningsih, SST/MSc, kandidat doktor, Ibu Andari Wuri Astuti, SST MPH, PhD dari Universitas Aisyah Yogyakarta. Saya hormati Dekan Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan Universitas Muhammadiyah Mataram, seluruh peserta webinar yang hadir pada pagi hari ini. Mari kita senantiasa bersyukur kepada Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Di tengah-tengah pandemi COVID-19 kita masih dalam keadaan sehat walafiat, masih punya waktu untuk melakukan kajian bagaimana peran kita dalam era COVID ini, lebih khusus peran apoteker dan bidan di era new normal. Pertama, saya sampaikan apresiasi dan kepada Dekan Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan Umat yang telah menginisiasi, memprakarsai pelaksanaan webinar internasional ini, menghadirkan narasumber dari Malaysia, Universitas Kebangsaan Malaysia. Terima kasih Pak Prof. Dr. Muhammad bin Makmur Bakri telah berkenan untuk memenuhi undangan dari Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan Universitas Muhammadiyah Mataram. Kita tahu bersama bahwa COVID ini menggemparkan dunia. Lebih dari 200 negara kena sasaran pandemi COVID ini. Bahkan sekarang kita mengatakan sudah mulai bagus, tapi menunjukkan terutama di daerah kita di Nusa Tenggara Barat, angka-angka COVID ini semakin meningkat. Nah, oleh karena itu merebaknya pandemi COVID-19 di Indonesia, selain berdampak terhadap perekonomian, pendidikan, dan sosial, yang paling berdampak dan paling sibuk sekarang adalah bidang kesehatan. Sektor kesehatan merupakan sektor yang mendapat perhatian khusus di era new normal, sehingga protokol kesehatan wajib diikuti di segala bidang aktivitas kehidupan kita. New normal adalah pola mengubah cara hidup, bekerja, berhubungan satu sama lain dari berbagai bidang. Untuk menghadapi era tersebut, maka kita diperlukan untuk peningkatan kualitas sumber daya manusia, khususnya tenaga kesehatan. Tenaga kesehatan pun tidak sedikit yang menjadi korban. Banyak dokter, perawat juga gugur akibat pandemi COVID-19 ini. Nah, oleh karena itu, sektor kesehatan merupakan sektor yang mendapat pengaruh kuat karena pemanfaatan teknologi untuk memantau status kesehatan seseorang atau status kepatuhan pasien mengkonsumsi obat yang diresepkan sangat membantu tenaga kesehatan dan farmasi untuk mencapai tujuan pasien itu bisa sembuh. Maka untuk bisa kompetitif di era new normal itu, apoteker harus menyiapkan diri dengan meningkatkan ilmu pengetahuan, keterampilan dan sikap yang berkualitas. Tidak hanya dalam bidang kompetensi teknis, namun juga dalam hal metodologi. Kedua area kompetensi ini, yaitu teknis dan metodologi, harus terstandar. Untuk memotret kondisi ini, maka kita harus menyiapkan apoteker yang eksis dan kompeten dengan harapan mampu memberi gambaran yang jelas kepada apoteker tentang skema yang harus dijalani untuk menghadapi era new normal ini. Apoteker atau apotek sedang berubah. Di era new normal ini adalah cara baru di mana mengelola industri farmasi, menggabungkan lingkungan online sebagai offline. Konsep ini dapat diharapkan pada masalah faktur farmasi untuk secara signifikan meningkatkan produktivitas dan kualitas. Oleh karena itu, perguruan tinggi terus melakukan berbagai upaya untuk meningkatkan daya saing untuk menyiapkan sumber daya manusia tersebut dengan melaksanakan berbagai program dan kebijakan strategis yang memperkuat lulusannya dalam menjawab tantangan dan memanfaatkan peluang, misalnya dengan memasuki era new normal saat ini. Transformasi ke arah teknologi digital nilai akan menciptakan nilai tambah tinggi di dalam negeri kita. Bagaimana peran bidan? Selain itu, merebaknya pandemi COVID-19 di Indonesia terhadap kesehatan salah satunya yaitu berdampak pada pelayanan kesehatan reproduksi perempuan. Pelayanan kesehatan reproduksi bagi perempuan adalah bentuk keharusan akan tidak bisa ditunda atau tidak bisa ditunda. Adapun pelayanan itu diantaranya pelayanan pada ibu hamil, bersalin, nifas, dan pelayanan keluarga berencana. Pelayanan kebidanan merupakan salah satu pelayanan profesional, merupakan bagian integral dari sistem pelayanan kesehatan yang diberikan oleh bidan secara mandiri, kolaborasi, dan atau rujukan. Berdasarkan Undang-Undang Nomor 4 Tahun 2019 tentang kebidanan, kini praktik profesi bidan telah berkembang pesat sejalan dengan tuntutan pentingnya perlindungan dan kepastian hukum. Bidan dituntut memberikan pelayanan yang humanis, cerdas, dan inovatif, mempromosikan kesehatan, mencegah penyakit, pengobatan, dan rehabilitasi tanpa diskriminasi. Nah, untuk mencapai kunci sukses pelayanan kebidanan, maka peran bidan sangatlah diperlukan. Bidan identik dengan profesi yang membantu wanita melahirkan, padahal bidan memiliki peran yang sangat luas, yang sangat luar biasa dalam kehidupan seorang wanita. Mulai dari memberikan edukasi pada remaja putri, hingga pengaturan kesuburan sesudah melahirkan, sepanjang siklus kehidupan reproduksinya. Bidan mempunyai peran pokok yang sangat strategis sebagai pengelola, pelaksana, pendidik, dan peneliti dalam mengawal kehidupan perempuan dan anaknya agar memperoleh pelayanan yang berkualitas. Maka dibutuhkan bidan kompeten, bidan yang kompeten, yang mampu memberikan pelayanan profesional baik secara mandiri, kolaborasi, maupun rujukan. Nah, oleh karena itu webinar ini kita akan mendapatkan informasi, pengetahuan dari para pakar yang berbicara sebagai narasumber kita, yang mampu memberikan pengalaman, pengetahuan kepada kita peserta, terutama kepada calon apoteker, maupun kepada calon bidan dan bidan, khususnya kepada mahasiswa kebidanan, mahasiswa farmasi, untuk mengikuti kegiatan ini dengan sungguh-sungguh, sehingga kalian bisa memperoleh pengetahuan dan pengalaman yang nanti ketika terjun di dunia kerja bisa diaplikasikan dalam kehidupan sehari-hari. Selamat melaksanakan webinar. Sekali lagi saya sampaikan ucapan terima kasih kepada seluruh narasumber yang telah berkenan hadir, menyiapkan waktu dan kesempatan untuk mengisi kegiatan webinar untuk kepentingan umat manusia. Demikian, saya buka dengan resmi sama-sama membaca basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Webinar internasional dengan tema peran apoteker dan bidan di era new normal resmi dinyatakan dimulai. Nasrum minallah wa fathun qarib wa basyiril mu'minin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the remarks given by Rector of University of Muhammadiyah, Mataram. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next main session is the International Webinar, which will be moderated by Mrs. Alfi Kusumawardani. For Mrs. Alfi Kusumawardani, time is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Ibu Rista. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, the audience. Welcome to International Webinar, Faculty of Health Science, University of Muhammadiyah, Mataram. With the topic, the role of pharmacists and midwives in new normal era. Let me introduce myself. My name is Apoteker Alfi Kusumawardani. I am lecturer in Pharmacy Study Program, University of Muhammadiyah, Mataram. First of all, I would like to thank to our speakers and more than 20,000 audiences for joining this international webinar. In this section, the webinar is divided into two parts. And for the first is lecture or sharing sessions from all speakers, and the second one is panel discussion. And now, I would like to invite our first speaker, Associate Professor Muhammad bin Makmur Bakri, to give around 20 minutes presentation about extended pharmacy services in restricted movement COVID-19. Professor Muhammad bin Makmur Bakri took his bachelor at University Kebangsaan Malaysia, UKM, and master degree in University of Science Malaysia. And he finished his doctoral study at University of Glasgow, Scotland, UK. Now, he works as Dean in Faculty of Pharmacy, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, with specialization in clinical pharmacy and pharmacy practice. He has published numerous full of papers, and he is also subject matter expert in Ministry of Health, Malaysia. So, please welcome our first speaker, Associate Professor Muhammad bin Makmur Bakri. Time and screen is yours. Hello, Mr. Professor Muhammad Makmur Bakri. Can you hear me? Ada kok masih. Good morning.
Okay.
Okay.
Dengar ya?
Good morning, Professor.
Hai, selamat pagi, good morning. Boleh dengar ya?
Ya,
Okay.
sudah dengar, Prof.
So saya mulakanlah ya. Thank you to the chairperson, Bapa Rektor Universitas Muhammadiyah Mataram, Ibu Dean Faculty of Health Science, participant of this webinar. Thank you for inviting me to share some of my experience in Malaysia on the role of pharmacists, how we change some of our services. Untuk slide saya share ataupun host akan share?
You can share by yourself due to you've been. Oh, okay. Sorry. Our committee will be share.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Full screen. All right. So for the topic that we will share today is regarding extended pharmacy services in restricted movement regarding COVID. So what I will share today can be applied not only at a COVID-19 situation, but also in other conditions. This is the map just to show you where I am actually. So we are the Faculty of Pharmacy, UKM, is about 2 kilometers from the Twin Tower of Kuala Lumpur. So currently I'm in my office, and we also have our UKM Medical Center. Next slide, please. Oh, okay. So this is the hospital where I'm practice. Next slide, please. Next slide. Can we change the slide?
It's still loading.
Oh,
Prof. So sorry.
So yeah, so this is again the hospital. Continue to the next slide. Okay, so this is our new hospital, just beside our old hospital. So I just want to introduce you that UKM have 2 hospitals. So anybody that would like to visit us in the future to see how we practice, so everybody are welcome. Okay, let's us go to the webinar content. Next slide, please. Okay, so the agenda of my sharing session this morning is I will talk a little bit on COVID-19 in Malaysia. What is the timeline? What is the trend look like? Then I will talk about value-added services by the pharmacies in our Ministry of Health facilities. And then talking about how we apply some of these value-added services to our university hospital. Then lastly, I will also talk other significant roles of pharmacies while we are having this COVID-19. Can we go to the next slide? Okay, so this is the timeline of COVID-19 in Malaysia. So our first patient that we see in Malaysia is on the 23rd of January. On the 27th of February 2020, this is when we have our second wave. So at this point, we have 2 active cases, and every time we have about 2 new cases. In 18th of March, this is where we can see that the profile of COVID-19 is exponential trend. This is where Malaysians start to apply movement control order, where we have about 728 active cases at that time, and every day we have about 100 plus patients. And the peak of Malaysian conditions with COVID-19 was on the 70th of April, where we have about 2,579 active cases, and every day we have about 200 plus patients at that point in time. Then we'll see there is a profile where the patients start to drop in numbers. So this is on the 12th of May. The government start to change from a total movement control order to conditional movement control order, where business can start, but some restriction still apply. Next slide, please. So overall, this is the profile of numbers of active cases in Malaysia. So basically, currently we are in the condition where we call them as recovery movement control order. So our patient now that are active is about 150. So every day we have between 10 to 20 new patients. Yeah. So we are still not free from COVID-19. Next slide. Okay. This is in our teaching hospital, because in Malaysia, every single state have about 2 to 5 COVID hospitals. So Hospital UKM is one of the COVID hospitals. So in total, in the hospital, we have about, we have experience with 214 patients, but thanks God, 208 of them have been discharged, meaning they are free from COVID. Only 2 deaths from our hospital, and also 4 patients were transferred to a different facilities because their condition quite bad and we don't have sufficient ventilator to manage this. So we transferred them to a different to different hospital. Next slide, please. Okay, so for pharmacy, the business is as usual. either COVID or non-COVID, you know, we need to give medication to patient. You cannot stop from practicing. Yeah. So when we talk about pharmacy, there is a few stage that is very important. The first one is medication procurement, where we buy the medications, obviously. Then this medication will come into inpatient or outpatient pharmacy. Okay, in Malaysia, our system is a little bit different compared to Indonesia. In Indonesia, in the hospital, you mainly have inpatient, but when the patient go out, they will get their medication from the apotheker, right? Apotheke outside the hospital. But in Malaysia, most of the medication been given in the hospital. Although the patient have discharged from the hospital, before discharge, they will get their medication from the hospital also. If they want to continue getting their medication for next coming month, they have to come again to the hospital to take their medications. So in Malaysia, people are not really taking medication from their apotheke. Yeah. So the next step of from back slide, please. Before that, previous slide. Okay. So after from the inpatient or outpatient pharmacy, so the medication will be distributed or supplied. Then from the supply, the medication will reach the patient for medication usage. And also this also will be related to other medication related activities like counseling, monitoring. So for all these steps, one we need to remember when there is a COVID-19, we have to protect our health professional and also support staff. That is one part of it. And also we need to protect the health professional and also patients. This is when we do dispensing, when we do counseling and whatnot. So there is two parts that we need to do protection. Next slide, please. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, whatever it is, we need to deliver the medication to the patients. But there is several challenges that we have in Malaysian scenario. The first challenge is, as I mentioned earlier, for the patient to get their medication, they will come to the hospital. So everybody will come to the hospital. So there will be so many patients in the hospital. So our first challenge will be to reduce the crowd in the hospital. So how we reduce this, yeah? Then the second challenge is maintain social distancing about the 1 meter, you know, they have to be 1 meter apart because they are so crowded. So this is another challenge. The third challenge is regarding traveling. So we have to try to minimize travelings or need to be present in the hospital. Meaning we try not to make the patient to come to the hospital. You know, meaning that the delivery methods, we have to change them. So meaning we cannot ask them to come because on the way from home, if they take the public transport to the hospital, they might contact with people having COVID-19. Then they reach in the hospital, they will start to contact with other patients in the hospital or with the staff. So we have to prevent that. So this is our 3 main challenges in terms of to prevent the spread of COVID-19 while delivering the medications. Next slide, please. Okay, so what are the things that we have put in terms of new services so that we can reduce the exposure of the patient and also the staff to to COVID-19. The first one, we have medication via postage, pharmacy appointment system, drive-through pharmacy, locker for you pharmacy, and number 5 is integrated medication dispensing systems. So after this, I will explain one by one what are the things that we do. Next slide, please. Okay, so the first one is medication via postage. So this one, the patient don't have to come to the hospital, where we will post the medication to the patients. So what the patient need to do is they have to contact the health facilities or the hospital where the patient get the treatment, because in the hospital we will know the prescription of the patients, because most of the hospitals in Malaysia are using online prescriptions. So we will know what are the medications. Then we will check either the patient is a suitable patient to receive this particular service or not. You know, because this medication by post is only can be done for medication that are in the form of tablet or capsule. Other type of medication is not suitable. Then if the patient is suitable, we will prepare the medication for the patients based on the schedule when the patient should receive. Then we will send the patient medication through post. So the postman will send the medication to the patients. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. Another one is pharmacy appointment system. This is another service that we provide to the patients. The patient in this particular service, the patient still have to come to the hospital. Only that they don't have to wait in the hospital. They only travel, take, and go back. So the first point is they have to register at the pharmacies for the service. Then they can choose either they want to go for telephone and take, they can go for SMS and take, they can go for WhatsApp and take, or using appointment card. So when we have so take example WhatsApp and take, so they just WhatsApp the pharmacy that they want to take their medication. So the pharmacies will respond back when the pharmacist will prepare the medication, and when the date that the patient have to come and take the medications. Then the pharmacist will delivery, or on the day of dispensing, the pharmacist will contact the patients to confirm that their medication is ready. Then the patient will come to the pharmacist, take the medication, and straight away go back. Meaning that the patient don't have to wait when they put their prescription. You know, in our usual methods is we put the prescription, and then the pharmacist take the prescription, do the filling of medication, then dispense to the patient. So while prepare the medications, the patient have to wait at the apotheker or the pharmacy. But with this method, the patient will not have to wait in the pharmacy itself. Can we go to the next slide? Okay, this is another innovations that we do, is drive-through pharmacy. This is just like McDonald's drive-through. So the patient will contact the pharmacist to prepare their medications. When the medication is already ready, so the patient just drive in the counter, then they will show their special code number, so that we will not dispense a wrong medication to a wrong person. So this is the way how we reduce the contact time, meaning that the patient will not expose to other patients. Next slide, please. Okay. Another way is locker for you pharmacy. So what we do is we will put the patient we prepare the patient medication and put them in a specific locker. So when the patient usually we will contact the patients, and then we will tell the patient the date, the time, what is the locker number, and also the password or the PIN number of the locker where the patient have to come and take their medication. If let's say the patient come not on the date and time, the pharmacy will open the box and then will empty the box again. We'll put it for a different patient with a different password. So the patient have to contact again the pharmacist. Then we will give a new locker number, date, time, and also PIN number. So although you can see the locker is not that many, but we can always change the password and whatnot. And the last service that we have is integrated medication dispensing service. The slide before. Next slide, please. Okay. So this is integrated medication dispensing system. Okay. What earlier that I mentioned to you is that the medication usually been taken by the patient from the hospital, right? But nowadays, the medication also will be dispensed by our health clinics run by the government. So what the patient needs to do is they have to meet the doctor, get the treatment and prescription. Then they bring the prescription to the outpatient pharmacy. Then they can discuss with the pharmacies where they want to continue taking their medication. Because some patients stay very, very far from the hospital. So they can choose to take their medication at their nearest healthcare clinics. So what they need to get is just get a stamp or a chop saying that this patient is SPUB, meaning this patient under integrated medication dispensing system. Then for the future, they just go to the health clinic to take their medication, meaning that the patient don't have to come to the hospital. So this is the 5 methods that we have introduced so that the patient don't have to come to the hospital, or they have to come, but they will have a very short period of time in the hospital. They don't have to wait for their medication for a long period so that we can reduce the crowd in the hospital. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is what are the hospital, these are the value-added services that we have applied in our hospital. So we run our inpatient as usual. Then we run our outpatient pharmacy also as usual, only that the number of patients come to our outpatient now very small because we start to have this drive-through pharmacy and also medication by post that we already introduced. Next slide, please. Okay, so this should be my last slide about other significant role of pharmacies. So what we also do within this period of COVID-19 is the production of hand sanitizer, because when we start having COVID-19 earlier, we have a large shortage of hand sanitizer. So we asked the pharmacies to produce hand sanitizer. The second one is becoming a frontliner for COVID-19 screening, because in pharmacy, there is pharmacies that are active in terms of medication dispensing, but we also have pharmacies that are only doing record or some policy. So all these pharmacists, they are not really dealing with patient directly. We ask them to help to becoming the frontliner for COVID-19 screening. Then the pharmacists also evaluate and purchase PPE for the hospital. Then the pharmacists also do drug utilization review and medication procurement and supply, because when we have the COVID-19, the medication usage is a bit different profile, the pattern, which medication is being used a lot, which one is less, or have been changed. So we do drug utilization review again so that we don't waste our procurement. The last is we also introduce online counseling. I think by next year also we will start to have patient appointment through online, meaning the patient, the doctor also don't have to see the patient in the clinic. They just go using their through Zoom, through FaceTime and whatnot. Next slide, please. So that's all from me. My sharing sessions regarding what are the extended services that we provide so that we can reduce the contact time between patient and also COVID-19. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed, Professor Muhammad bin Makmur Bakri, for your very interesting presentation. Next, we would like to invite our second speaker, Professor Dr. Apoteker Retno Andrajati, Magister of Science, to give lecture and setting experiences for during 20 minutes entitled Pharmacy Practice in Universitas Indonesia Hospital since it's appointed as COVID-19 hospital. Professor Dr. Apoteker Retno Andrajati, Magister of Science, obtained her Bachelor and Pharmacist degree from University of Indonesia, Master of Science in Pharmacology from Institut Teknologi Bandung, and PhD in Clinical Pharmacy for Charles University, Czech Republic. Professor Retno is my lecturer in Faculty of Pharmacy, University of Indonesia, and now she works as head of pharmacy installation in Universitas Indonesia Hospital. For Professor Dr. Apoteker Retno Andrajati, the time is yours. Prof. Retno? Okay.
Yeah, okay. Please. I'm waiting for the sharing.
Okay, the committee will share screen your material.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay. Terima kasih. Saya akan speak in Indonesia because I think all of the participant is from Indonesia. Ya. Terima kasih untuk undangan dari Universitas Muhammadiyah Mataram. Terima kasih kepada Pak Rektor, terima kasih kepada Bu Dekan Fakultas Kesehatan dan teman-teman dari Prodi Farmasi tentunya ya yang undang saya. Terima kasih. Semoga Universitas Muhammadiyah Mataram semakin maju. Oke. Berikutnya. Oke, ya. Saya akan berbicara terkait dengan terkait dengan pelayanan farmasi di era new normal di Rumah Sakit Universitas Indonesia. Rumah Sakit Universitas Indonesia adalah rumah sakit yang didirikan atau dipunyai oleh Kementerian Pendidikan. Jadi berbeda sekarang Kementerian Pendidikan mempunyai sekitar 22 atau 23 rumah sakit pendidikan di berbagai universitas yang dinaunginya dan mempunyai fakultas kedokteran, fakultas kesehatan. Dan kami di UI Universitas Indonesia baru mulai membuka atau menerima pasien pada tahun lalu. Jadi ini adalah tahun kedua kami menerima pasien. Lokasinya ada di kampus, di dalam area kampus, ya, berdekatan dengan gedung gedung untuk pendidikan rumpun ilmu kesehatan. Jadi kalau di UI kami ada rumpun ilmu kesehatan yang terdiri dari fakultas-fakultas kesehatan, fakultas kedokteran, kedokteran gigi, fakultas farmasi, fakultas keperawatan, dan fakultas ilmu FKM, fakultas kesehatan masyarakat. Nah, dari gedung untuk perkuliahan itu ada jembatan yang menuju ke rumah sakit UI yang nantinya akan dijadikan tempat praktek. Rumah sakit kami mempunyai sekitar akan menjadi rumah sakit dengan 250 tempat tidur, tapi kemudian dibuka bertahap tentunya, ya, bergantung dari ini. Dan kami mulai menjadi rumah sakit untuk COVID, untuk yang didedikasikan untuk pasien-pasien COVID-19, mulai dari awal Juni, ya, awal Mei dari tahun ini. Jadi kami kemudian mendapatkan awalnya untuk masyarakat Depok, dan kemudian diminta oleh Pemkot Depok, dan kemudian akhirnya juga untuk masyarakat dari Jakarta juga, dan akhirnya dari mana saja, karena kemudian ini ditetapkan sebagai rumah sakit untuk COVID. Saya minta maaf karena saya memakai masker, karena kebetulan saya sedang dinas di rumah sakit dan di dalam ruangan. Oke, lanjut barangkali. Bisa berikutnya. Oke. Dan pada era new normal, pasti yang namanya new normal, jadi normal tetapi sesuatu normal yang baru, ya. Jadi sebetulnya tidak bisa dikatakan normal karena new normal. Jadi standar dari new normal ini tentunya berbeda dengan standar dari benar-benar dalam keadaan normal. Kita benar-benar berubah di sini sekarang. Dengan sendirinya pelayanan di rumah sakit juga menjadi tidak bisa seperti pada pelayanan pada kondisi normal. Jadi juga sama dengan standar kehidupan yang new normal, di rumah sakit juga ada new standard di dalam melakukan pelayanan. Jadi kita yang paling utama adalah kita menjaga keamanan. Jadi keamanan dari siapapun yang masuk ke dalam hospital. Dan untuk itu kami minta semuanya menggunakan masker. Tentu akan berbeda-beda masker yang digunakan untuk tiap orang yang ada di dalam rumah sakit. Misalnya untuk medical provider, untuk dokter, untuk nurse, ya, tentu akan berbeda dengan misalnya untuk apoteker, ya, untuk apoteker dan untuk pasien. Untuk pasien juga tentu berbeda antara non-COVID dan yang COVID. Kemudian untuk pengunjung lainnya yang mungkin menemani, ya. Nah, pelayanan pada era new normal ini juga sudah mulai dibuka lebih banyak. Pada saat sebelum new normal, kami juga membatasi, selain juga pasien juga membatasi untuk datang ke rumah sakit. Pada era new normal ini, kami sudah mulai lagi dengan pelayanan-pelayanan yang tadinya tidak dilakukan di era COVID yang sebelumnya. Jadi misalnya sebagai contoh, sekarang kami sudah mulai lagi dengan adanya kegiatan operasi elektif yang non-COVID. Tadinya memang hanya yang COVID saja, karena memang awalnya sebagian besar dari pasien kami adalah pasien COVID. Lanjut berikutnya. Oke. Bisa tolong di ini berikutnya. Oke. Nah, kita bisa lihat di sini mengapa menjadi masker itu menjadi penting, karena kita tahu dari penelitian ini adalah dari relatif faktor yang diteliti oleh teman-teman di luar ini dinyatakan bahwa kalau kita menggunakan masker dengan ketat, ya, maka kita bisa lihat bahwa proteksinya tinggi sekitar 268. Tapi begitu kita melakukannya dengan memberikan jadi tidak ketat karena di sini ada petroleum jelly dan hanya satu, kita bisa lihat bahwa hanya 118 dan kita bisa lihat di sini makin dia tidak menggunakan maka tidak ada protektifnya ya. Di sini juga kita bisa lihat. Jadi istilah ini lanjut. Bagaimana kita penting menggunakan masker ini. Karena itu pemerintah DKI dan pemerintah saya rasa provinsi lain juga wajibkan ya, kalau di DKI didenda kalau ada orang yang tidak memakai masker. Oke. Nah, kemudian kita masuk kepada pelayanan farmasi. Kita tahu bahwa pelayanan farmasi itu mempunyai dua sisi pelayanan. Yang satunya sebetulnya benar-benar pelayanan seperti pelayanan pasien rawat jalan, pasien emergensi, pasien rawat inap, ya, dan kemudian di OK, di intensive care. Tapi farmasi di Indonesia juga punya kewajiban untuk menjadi perencana dan pendistribusi, penyimpanan dari obat dan BMHP, bahan medis habis pakai, dan pada era COVID ini maka yang paling penting tentu itu adalah tadi alat untuk pelindung diri APD atau kalau bahasa Inggrisnya adalah Personal Protective Equipment. Selain dari yang rutin biasanya kami rencanakan, kami simpan, kami distribusikan, yaitu medical device dan medicine. Dan APD ini menjadi sangat penting karena kita berusaha agar tidak ada staf, baik staf medis, staf nurse, ataupun apoteker, ataupun tenaga administrasi yang lainnya, ataupun yang membersihkan rumah sakit, itu akan mendapatkan atau akan mengalami masalah terkait dengan COVID-19 ini, COVID-19 ini. Karena itu PPE menjadi sangat penting untuk direncanakan. Oke, lanjut. Pada pelayanan pasien outpatient, emergency care, inpatient, ini biasa farmasi yang akan melakukan untuk ini. Selain tadi sudah disebutkan bahwa kami juga ada di OK juga ya, dan di ruang-ruang lainnya. Oke. Inpatient dan emergency kami 24 jam di situ. Lanjut silakan. Saya tadi menunggu ya. Nah, kami kembali lagi kepada tadi urusan ketersediaan dan kualitas dari APD ini, Personal Protective Equipment. Ini menjadi sangat penting agar tadi tidak ada staf rumah sakit UI yang kemudian malah menjadi korban. Kami berusaha sekali untuk itu. Nah, ini menjadi tanggung jawab yang berat untuk farmasi. Tadi pagi juga saya rapat pagi sudah ada yang protes karena maskernya minta 8 box cuma dikasih 2 katanya. Jadi semua khawatir dengan kesehatannya masing-masing. Ya. Nah, kita bisa lihat di sini ya. Pada awalnya kita mulai dengan masalah COVID-19 ini kan Maret ya, Februari itu masih disangkal, kemudian Maret, April, Mei, kemudian kita Mei sudah menjadi rumah sakit yang didedikasikan untuk COVID-19 ini. Ya, maka awalnya itu banyak sekali donasi, sehingga pada presentasi saya di webinar yang sebulan yang lalu, donasi itu jauh lebih banyak dibandingkan dengan reguler. Kami bisa menghemat dana untuk ini karena harganya mahal sekali. Untuk baju hazmat saja itu harganya sudah ratusan ribu, ya. Jadi kita bisa bayangkan berapa dana yang harus dikeluarkan untuk personal protective equipment ini, untuk PPE ini atau untuk APD ini, ya. Jadi sekarang donasi itu udah habis, ya. Kalaupun ada 1 bulan itu paling hanya 1-2. Tadinya tiap hari ada yang memberikan donasi, tapi sekarang 1 minggu sekali ada juga kami sudah alhamdulillah. Jadi ini kami harus bekerja keras juga memikirkan agar dana untuk APD ini akan selalu tersedia, dan itu menjadi tanggung jawab instalasi farmasi juga. Alhamdulillah pemerintah Kota Depok dan kemudian akhirnya Departemen Pendidikan dalam hal ini Dikti, Direktorat Pendidikan Tinggi, memberikan dana untuk rumah sakit yang dipunyai oleh Dikti untuk pelayanan dari pasien ini. Jadi alhamdulillah kemudian ada lagi. Nah, masalah yang berikutnya lagi adalah tadi ketersediaan. Kalau ini kemudian masalahnya adalah kualitas. Kemudian yang kedua, kualitas kita bisa lihat kalau dari donasi yang datang itu kualitas dari baju hazmat itu sangat bervariasi, ya, sehingga kemudian kami mengetesnya, ya, yang penting tidak bocor tentunya, sehingga kami semprot di bagian-bagian jahitan lengan ataupun depan yang ada resleting dan sebagainya, itu semua kami semprot untuk melihat bocor atau tidak. Dan sebagian besar donasi itu memang tidak memenuhi persyaratan itu. Jadi inilah. Nah, ini satu lagi kemampuan yang harus kita miliki ternyata, bahwa kita tidak hanya bisa percaya saja karena itu donasi. Dan kemudian kita juga tahu bahwa ada juga masker itu yang ternyata masuk ke Indonesia tapi tidak ada nomor izin, ya, dari Kemenkes dalam hari ini. Kalau BMHP itu kan dari Kemenkes. Jadi kita juga harus sangat berhati-hati. Ternyata begitu banyak juga produk-produk APD ini yang tidak terkontrol dengan baik. Tentu ini yang menjadi tantangan kita semua, dari teman-teman di rumah sakit maupun mungkin yang ada di Kemenkes dalam hal ini. Bagaimana agar menjaga atau membuat APD yang beredar di lapangan itu, di masyarakat itu adalah APD yang memenuhi syarat kualitasnya. Kalau harga jelas itu meningkat jauh, tinggi sekali, ya tentu itu seperti orang, ya, banyak permintaan tentu juga banyak harga akan meningkat. Nah, kemungkinan ini juga sebenarnya harapan kami juga agar Kemenkes juga sebetulnya bisa tidak hanya menjaga harga obat tetapi juga menjaga harga APD, karena ini akan sangat berpengaruh tentunya kepada keuangan rumah sakit. Lanjut. Nah, kita bisa lihat, kita masih bisa bicara di sini tadi sudah saya bicarakan, kita bisa lihat di sini ada apron, mungkin teman-teman atau adik-adik yang masih mahasiswa, saya juga tidak tahu apakah di universitas di jurusan apa departemen ya farmasinya itu ada mata kuliah untuk alat kesehatan, masuk untuk APD ini, alat pelindung diri ini. Bagaimana sebenarnya persyaratannya dan jenisnya apa saja. Mungkin ini bisa menjadikan suatu trigger bagi fakultas farmasi atau departemen farmasi untuk juga mulai memberikan mata kuliah terkait dengan APD ini ya khususnya, ataupun terkait lagi tadi dengan bahan bukan hanya obat saja ya, tetapi juga untuk APD ini dan sebagainya. Jadi kita tahu bagaimana kita tahu bahwa APD ini memang bisa digunakan, berkualitas dan sebagainya. Kemudian kita bisa lihat juga bahwa ternyata bahwa kebutuhan akan N95 yang harganya cukup mahal, ini harga N95 ini mahal sekali, ratusan ya. Nah, ini membuat kemudian di rumah sakit itu atau di seluruh rumah sakit bahkan di dunia, kemudian WHO juga mulai memikirkan bagaimana supaya apakah bisa kemudian dihemat. Jadi masker N95 ini yang memang wajib digunakan pada pasien, oleh dokter dan nurse yang merawat pasien COVID. Ini ternyata bisa untuk mereka tidak bisa dilakukan suatu reuse, tetapi untuk yang tidak langsung, kalau kami di Rumah Sakit UI yang tidak langsung, jadi misalnya hanya di poliklinik, jadi itu N95-nya bisa di-reuse sesuai dengan aturan yang kami dapat dari CDC maupun WHO bahwa bisa di-reuse dengan berbagai cara, misalnya dengan dilakukan sterilisasi dengan ultraviolet. Tetapi kami tidak menggunakan dengan ultraviolet, tapi kami menggunakan cara yang juga sudah secara ilmiah sudah disepakati diperbolehkan, yaitu dengan dipanaskan di oven, ya. Nah ini kami lakukan hanya untuk 5 kali, jadi 5 kali reuse untuk N95 ini. Dan kami lakukan dengan oven karena sinar ultraviolet yang kami punya, alat yang kami punya itu selalu digunakan untuk mensterilkan ruangan. Jadi misalnya habis sebelum operasi ataupun sesudah operasi pasien COVID, maka langsung disterilkan dengan alat yang menghasilkan UV itu. Karena itu saya memutuskan untuk mereuse-nya dengan oven, ya, dengan oven selama setengah jam pada suhu 75 derajat. Oke, lanjut. Nah, sekarang tentang obat. Tadi tentang bahan medis habis pakai tadi ya. Sekarang kita masuk kepada obat. Obat di awal itu kita agak kesulitan juga ya. Kemudian ternyata kita tahu bahwa oseltamivir dan kloroquine itu yang digunakan untuk pasien-pasien COVID itu merupakan obat program. Sehingga kami meminta kepada Kemenkes dan mereka memberikannya. Tetapi untuk hidroksikloroquine itu bukan obat program karena dokter ada yang memilih kloroquine, ada yang memilih hidroksikloroquine. Walaupun sekarang ternyata sudah tidak bisa lagi digunakan berdasarkan penelitian ya. Nah, dari WHO dianjurkan untuk tidak menggunakan itu lagi walaupun kemungkinan masih ada juga ya 1-2. Hidroksikloroquine selain kami beli ternyata ada juga yang membeli donasi. ini juga alhamdulillah. Dan kita juga bisa lihat di sini sebetulnya dokter biasanya memberikan azitromisin, levofloxacin, dan kalau sudah ini juga bisa diberikan meropenem atau tocilizumab ya kalau memang pasiennya agak sulit untuk bisa diatasi masalahnya. Nah, ada obat yang diujikan yang memang belum terdaftar resmi masuk ke Indonesia sehingga menjadi obat yang sedang dilakukan ujinya, yaitu favipiravir dan remdesivir. Dua-duanya kami sudah dalam proses untuk pengadaan, tetapi walaupun sudah bayar ternyata belum datang juga nih sampai saat ini dari sebulan yang lalu untuk obat untuk clinical trial ini. Oke, lanjut. Lanjut. Tentu peran dari farmasi dalam hal ini selain mendistribusikannya juga adalah ikut berperan untuk nantinya masuk di dalam uji klinik ini. Nah, kita masuk pada pelayanan yang outpatient care, ya. Sama dengan tadi dengan di Malaysia, maka outpatient care yang normal datang itu sedikit sekali, ya, menurun, ya. Walaupun sekarang sudah di era new normal, kemudian sekarang sudah meningkat kembali. Jadi tadinya begitu ada masalah dengan COVID-19, kemudian outpatient yang langsung datang itu new normal mulai meningkat kembali, ya, mulai meningkat kembali walaupun belum seperti sebelumnya, ya, sebelum kita tidak ada masalah dengan COVID-19 ini. Di tempat kami pelayanan outpatient maupun inpatient adalah e-prescribing, ya. Kemudian kita juga farmasi personal with COVID PPA ini juga kita khususkan, ya. Jadi kita bisa lihat di sebelah kanan itu gambarnya, jadi dia menggunakan alat APD yang lengkap ya untuk menghadapi pasien. Walaupun tadi sudah dikatakan bahwa pasien juga kita minta untuk memakai masker, tapi untuk kami juga melakukan proteksi yang lebih besar. Oke, seperti biasa ini kemudian untuk outpatient care. Lanjut kita ke inpatient. Lanjut, saya rasa sama di sini. Nah, jenis lain dari outpatient care kami adalah telemedicine. Tadi sama saya rasa dengan di Malaysia. Sama juga prescribing. Jadi pasien akan mendaftar sehari sebelumnya kalau dia ingin masuk ke pelayanan telemedicine dan mereka akan berhubungan dengan dokternya melalui telepon atau melalui HP atau melalui alat elektronik lainnya, ya, melalui video dan sebagainya. Dan kemudian tetap saja kemudian pasien itu tidak datang, jadi kita melakukan screening, e-prescribing dan lain sebagainya, dan berhubungan dengan pasien melalui telepon untuk farmasi. Kemudian kita juga memberikan informasi melalui telepon dan kemudian kita mengirimkannya dengan online taxi bike. Jadi kalau ini kita tahu ya banyak sekali taksi bike di Jakarta sekarang misalnya ada bermacam-macam ya dari. Tentu saya tidak mau nanti saya kalau sebutkan nanti disangkanya saya promosi. Oke, lanjut. Jadi outpatient tadi sama, tapi kami tidak seperti di Malaysia tadi ya, mengirim by post, tidak. Ya. Kemudian kalau farmasi emergency, di sini farmasi emergency kami 24 jam, sama dengan farmasi untuk pelayanan rawat inap nantinya, sedangkan kalau farmasi untuk outpatient kami hanya 2 shift, dan pada saat COVID itu menurun sekali, kami kemudian membuatnya dalam 1 shift saja karena pasien untuk rawat jalan ini memang menurun drastis sampai 75%, jadi tinggal tersisa 25% ya untuk itu. Dan sekarang sudah mulai naik kembali sekitar 40% dari semula. Oke. Di emergency petugas kami memakai APD lengkap karena kita tahu di emergency kami itu ada yang bagian red-nya, ada yang bagian orange dan bagian hijaunya. Artinya yang red itu kemungkinan terdeteksi COVID. Nah, petugas di farmasi emergency melakukan biasa screening, rekonsiliasi untuk kalau kemudian pasiennya akan transfer ke inpatient, dispensing, labeling. Kalau pasiennya pulang, kemudian akan melakukan dispensing, labeling, dan kemudian juga akan memberikan informasi pada saat pasien pulang. Oke, lanjut. Oke, untuk inpatient care sama dengan di emergency tadi ya. Di emergency tadi ada layanan yang terpisah untuk pasien yang diduga COVID dan yang tidak COVID. Jadi itu terpisah ya. Jadi red area dengan green area terpisah. Nah, di inpatient juga begitu. Jadi ada lantai yang terpisah untuk pasien yang non-COVID dan pasien yang COVID. Dan semua pasien COVID itu dirawat di ruangan dengan tekanan negatif. Ini juga cukup mahal untuk menyiapkan tekanan negatif. Dan kami juga punya ruang operasi dengan tekanan negatif. Jadi yang diperuntukkan untuk pasien yang membutuhkan operasi, tapi pasien tadi positif COVID-19-nya. Ya. Nah, ini terpisah tadi untuk pasien COVID dan pasien non-COVID, begitu juga dengan di intensive care unit-nya, di high care unit maupun di pediatric intensive care unit. Oke, lanjut.
Apologies.
Ya, saya akan cepat sedikit. Oke.
Thank you.
Ya, oke. Tinggal sedikit, Bu. Nah, kemudian ini kita bisa lihat sama saja yang dilakukan, jadi kita bisa lanjut saja. Mungkin tapi di inpatient care peran nurse menjadi sangat besar. Jadi kerjasama dengan nurse itu menjadi sangat kuat. Oke. Kemudian yang kita lakukan adalah discharge counseling. Jadi kalau pasien pulang tetap kita melakukan counseling baik pasien COVID maupun pasien non-COVID. Ini juga yang membuat kami harus hati-hati sekali. Kemudian yang berikutnya adalah sekarang kita menjadi sangat kuat dalam kolaborasi antar interprofesional. Kita meeting tiap hari, pagi dan sore, bahkan pada hari libur, bahkan pada hari Minggu. Jadi tidak dengan COVID ini kami benar-benar seringkali bertemu dengan sesama tenaga profesional ini, kesehatan ini. Ya, oke. Jadi kolaborasi menjadi sangat kuat sekali. Oke, lanjut. Tentu ada friksi-friksi, tetapi friksi yang akan saling menguatkan. Dan ini saya ingin share. Pada Juni kemarin, Juni 9 sampai kami melakukan atau menjalankan penilaian dinilai oleh KARS, Komite Akreditasi Rumah Sakit, untuk akreditasi. Kami sudah menyiapkan sejak setahun yang lalu, dan kami bertekad untuk tetap dapat mengikuti proses akreditasi ini. Dan proses akreditasi ini berjalan secara daring, ya. Tetapi setelah beberapa 3 rumah sakit, kemudian Komite Akreditasi Rumah Sakit sudah tidak mau lagi melakukan ini dan menunda. Alhamdulillah kami lulus. Lanjut. Ini adalah hadiah terbesar untuk kami. Kami lulus dengan paripurna 5 stars, ya. Ini sangat gembira sekali buat kami karena sambil kami merawat pasien COVID menjadi rumah sakit yang didedikasikan untuk pasien COVID, kami masih bisa berhasil untuk lulus di akreditasi oleh Komite Akreditasi Rumah Sakit. Lanjut, sebagai penutup, maka kita bisa melihat bahwa tetap saja kita masih harus berkonsentrasi terus dengan alat APD. Tadi saja saya ini sambil jalan ini saya sambil masih ada komplain-komplain tentang ketersediaan APD dan quality dari APD. Kemudian reusable itu juga jangan sampai kemudian walaupun yang mensterilkan CSSD, tapi tentu saja kita tetap ikut bertanggung jawab untuk tadi kita melakukan reusable dengan untuk masker N95 tadi, dan kemudian keterbatasan dari medicine, dan kemudian adalah ada obat-obat yang untuk COVID ini jangan sampai juga kosong, kemudian workload-nya menjadi meningkat, dan kita mau tidak mau terlibat di dalam riset-riset yang sekarang banyak, apalagi karena kami rumah sakit pendidikan, ya. Jadi banyak sekali riset yang dilakukan di rumah sakit UI ini, dan ini juga tentunya akan menambah beban dari kami semua, bukan hanya farmasi tentunya, tim dokter dan juga tim nurse dari rumah sakit UI. Terima kasih, saya rasa ini yang bisa saya bagi untuk teman-teman semua. Semoga Universitas Muhammadiyah juga akan segera kalau boleh tahu apakah punya rumah sakit, kalau punya rumah sakit segera mudah-mudahan juga sukses dalam melaksanakan pelayanannya. Oke, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much indeed, Professor Retno, for the interesting sharing experiences in Universitas Indonesia Hospital. Okay, and our last speaker, but not least, Apoteker Lalu Muhammad Irham, Master of Pharmacy, to give presentation for around 20 minutes about pharmacists and COVID-19 for perspective of genomic. Apoteker Lalu Muhammad Irham, Magister of Pharmacy, took his Bachelor, Pharmacist, and Magister degree in Faculty of Pharmacy, Ahmad Dahlan University. For now, he is a PhD candidate in School of Pharmacy, College of Pharmacy, Taipei Medical University, with a specialization pharmacogenomic and pharmacoproteomic. He has published numerous full papers and also attended to numerous seminars and conferences. So, please welcome Apoteker Lalu Muhammad Irham, Master of Pharmacy. Time and screen is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ibu, for the introductions, kind introductions. I think, can you hearing me?
Yes,
and
we can hear you.
Yeah. And then can you see my slide perfectly, right?
Yes.
Okay. That's perfect. Okay, thank you very much for the time that given to me. And firstly, I would like to say thank you to the Rector of University of Muhammadiyah Mataram, Bapak Dr. Haji Arsyad Abdul Ghani, MPD, and also the Dean of Faculty of Health Science of the University of Muhammadiyah Mataram, Ibu Apoteker Nurul Kiam, Magister Pharmacy of Clinic, and also I would like to say the honorables to all the speakers, especially to the Professor Dr. Muhammad bin Makmur Bakri from University of Kebangsaan Malaysia, and also our teacher, Professor Dr. Apoteker Retno Sari Andrajati, Magister Science from University of Indonesia. And later on, I think our speakers also will give lectures from Ibu Andari Wuryastuti, MPH, PhD from Aisyah University, and also my colleague, candidate Dr. Ibu Endang Koni Suryaningsih from National Taipei University of Nursing and Health Science. Firstly, I'm very honored. I feel that very honored to be a part of these speakers, and then I would like to share. If in two speakers, Professor Makmur Bakri and also Professor Retno Sari, that explaining about the pharmacy perspective and how's that role pharmacy in the clinical aspects, and then now it's my turn to explain it about the how's the role of pharmacy in the research, based on the also from the Professor Retno Sari that also said before that she suggests us, especially for pharmacy, to doing the research. So this is my turn to explain detail about the perspective of the, especially from the perspective of the genomics. So firstly, that I would like to disclose that my affiliation is from I'm a staff and lecturer in clinical pharmacy in Faculty of Pharmacy, Universitas of Ahmad Dahlan, Yogyakarta, Indonesia. And because I'm now in third years of the PhD student in the pharmacogenomic and pharmacoproteomic program in Taipei Medical University under supervisor of Director of Pharmacogenomic Program, Professor Cho Chang. And I would like to share two things right now. First is the basic of the human genomes. And for the two things that I would like also to share related with the basic of the human genomes, I applicated in the publications related with the COVID-19. Later on, I will explain it more detail about it. And firstly, that I would like to begin with the basic of human genomes. When we're talking about the basic of human genomes, we should to know that the word of genomic, right? Actually, the word of the genomic is begins use it in the medical literatures in 1987. Before that, it's not common scientists that use it. And this kind of word is coming from the editorial with new discipline and new name and new journals. In the sentence of our newly developing disciplines of genome mapping first sequencing, we have adopted the terms of the genomics. So kindly, what is the genomics? The genomic actually is the studying of whole genomes of organisms or species. In this case, is the genomes is the, we can say the all the genomes. It's mean that the plural of the genes. So when also we are talking about the genome, we cannot separate with the father of the discoverer of the geneticist. We call him the Gregor Mendel. He found that the actually the law of the hereditary law of the genetics in 1865. We should to say thanks to him. And all the humans, all the organisms, all the species in these words that is make up from the organs, right? And inside the organs, there's a trillions, there's a million of cells in our body, inside of our cells. Inside of our cells, there's a nucleus, and inside of our nucleus, inside of our nucleus, there is the chromosomes. We know that every single of us that have around 23 chromosomes, 23 pairs of chromosomes, and inside the chromosome, we know that the DNA or deoxyribonucleic acids. That's I will more detail to explain about the DNA in coming of my slide. And well, the DNA form is for the first times that after Mendel that discover of the law of the genetics. Later on, that Watson and Crick, both of them are scientists in the genetics, and they are both of them are also the geneticists, and they found that the form of the DNA is the double helix. Whilst later on, after a few years, after that, around 1966, there is 3 scientists found that the code of the DNA is we call the adenines, thymines, guanine, and cytosines. They are Nuremberg, Korani, and Holly. And furthermore, if we say that the DNA is the polymer of the nucleotides, contains or the compositions, it's sugar, phosphates, and the nitrogenous bases like ATGC. As we see here, DNA is the double-stranded. Whilst in the double-stranded, in every stranded, there is the guanines or thymines, whilst the guanines is always pairs with the cytosines, and thymines is always pairings with the adenines, and there's the sugar phosphate as the backbone. And when we are talking about the DNA, there's the size of the DNA, because in our genomes, in our cells, there's a trillion, and there is the billions of our the code of our DNA is weak. And then when the scientists talking about the size and the length of the DNA, they're using the base pairs. Base pairs is in Indonesia is a pasangan, something like that. And if we see here is that the code of our DNA is ATCG, here is the 4 base pairs. This is one, this is one, this is one, and this is one. And if we looking down here, if we write it down here, and we can write it out here, and we can write it out like this, ATCG, etc. This means that the DNA sequencing, mapping of our DNAs. And when we are talking about thousands of ribuan sequence of DNA, we call it kilobase pairs. And also when we are talking about the millions of the base pairs, about million of DNA sequencings, the scientists are almost using the mega base pairs. something like that. Actually, in our bodies, there is 3.2 billion base pair of DNA. You know that 3.2 billions, it means that we have kita punya 3,2 miliar pasang dari letters of the DNA, code of the DNA is like A, T, C, G, something like that. And inside of our bodies, there is two copies because one of from each parents. It means that one of from our fathers, one from our mothers. It means that we have around 6.4 billion letter of the DNA. And that 6.4 billion letter of the DNA that separated into 23 chromosome pairs, whilst we have around 22 autosomes based of the pairs of our autosomes, and every single of us has the sex chromosomes like XX for females and XY for male. And the first of the very extraordinary discovery of the human genome is we call the Human Genome Projects. This is the Human Genome Projects that span around 13 years from the 1990 to 2003. For what? For sequencing our DNA. The scientists in this year that they sequence all the genomes, around 3.2 billion letters of our DNA, and around 30 genes that can alter the proteins, and finally that alter the phenotype in the patients or in the health of the patients. And this Human Genome Projects that spans around $6 billion and more, thousands of scientists, and also there is so many countries that involved in this Human Genome Projects. And in 2003, when the Human Genome Project ended, and that the new so many media that published about the human genomes, like the New York Times, that's revealed the genetic code of human life is cracked by scientists, and also one of the prestigious journal we call the Nature. Sorry. We call the Nature, and also the Science also using the cover of the human genomes. This is very, very, because the human genomes is the beginning of life, the big of our life. Because based on this kind of discovery, we can utilizing the information of the genetics to treat the patient, especially for the rare disease. And this is our life actually. When we are talking about the genomes, we can imagine that the genome is like the book. Inside the book there is chapter, right? And the chapters we can imagine like chromosomes. Inside the chapters there is sentence. We can imagine like the genes. And inside the sentence there is word, right? And that word is like codons or ATGC, something like that. And when we are talking about letter or the base of base pairs in our genomes, we can imagine like letters. And this is our genomes when the sequencing of the genomes, and there is in our bodies around 3.2 billion letters. It's mean that around 3,2 miliar pasang dari dari pasangan basa yang kita miliki gitu. And the very unique finding also is around 6 billion letters, because 3.2 billion pasang. Kalau kita pisahkan satu persatu berarti sekitar 6,4 miliar pasang letters of DNA, ATCG, something like that. We can put it around 2 million pages. That 6.4 billion letters, when we are write it down in the page, we have around 2 million pages. And when 2 million pages that we divided into five pages, we will find around 4,200 books. And when this 4,200 books that we put it in the vertical way, we can say that as the director Francis Collins, the director at Human Genome Project in 1993 to 2003, that revealed that the highest of our genomes, if we put it in the 4,200 books, we have around 168 meters. It means that more than our monument Monas is around 132 meters. This equal with the Washington monuments around 168 meters. This is the unique of our life. So he writing the book is by the title "The Language of God." Not only the language of God, but this kind of the discovery of the Human Genome Project. Also, he said that the genome is the book of life and also the library of life, because based on this gene informations, we can utilizing to treat the disease, to give the preventive of the patients to see whether we have a disease or no, something like that. And when we are talking about the Human Genome Project achievements, there is so many things that in the scientists right now that founds, whether we have, especially we are the young of the scientists, we should to know about this, because from the 1865, when the first times that the Mendel found for the law of the genetics, and until now, how is that the way that for something like from the genotyping of the patient sequencing of the DNA until we utilize it, that kind of information to treat the disease right now, to treat the patients until right now, something like that. This is the actually the more detail about the achievements of the human genomes right now. When we are in the 1990 until 2003, that the first this understanding of the structure of genomes, and for 2004 until 2010, the scientists found that the understanding of the disease, the biology, and also advance of the science of medicines, and hopefully that's for this kind of the discovery in the beyond of 2020, this kind of informations of the code of the genetics in the human genome that can be improved the effectiveness of healthcare. This is the hope of all the scientists right now. So we call when the genetic information can utilize it in the clinical cases, we call it the genomic of the medicines. So there is the heart of area of the medicine right now. We can see in the cancer of genomics, right? Cancer genomics cannot be stopped until right now. We can see we can I think all of you that know about the actress from United States, like Angelina Jolie, that she utilizing the genomic information to predict whether she has the predicted of the BRCA1's mutations. BRCA1's mutations can be predicted for the high risk for the breast cancer and ovarian cancers. And now he has, I think she's already done the double mastectomy, something like that. And for the second part of genomics, we call the pharmacogenomic. Pharmacogenomic is the combinations between two kind of fields like the genomic and the pharmacology. Actually, this pharmacogenomic right now is so many things that can be applicable in the clinical case, like utilizing the informations of the genes to see whether the drugs that can be have adverse event or has therapeutic effect, something like that. And for the third of the heart of area of genomics, we can rare genetic disease. In the previous years, there is the rare genetic disease like the cystic fibrosis. We cannot identify that whether it's the mutation or no, but right now we can identify it based on the genomic informations. And this is for the genomic testing in the prenatal or postnatal or newborns. Especially because the audience right now is, I think most of you that come from the midwifery, I think it's this kind of prenatal genomic testing. If you are interested on it, you can, I think you can focus on this kind of the hot area in the future, something like that. And this especially for the utilization of the information of genomic in this especially the example of the pharmacogenomic, how that we can utilize it. Before that, actually we say that the one dose fits all treatments. It means that one dose just for all the patients, something like that. We couldn't care that whether patient has adverse events, whether patient has therapeutic effects, something like that. But based on the genomic informations, we can utilize it. But whether the patient has poor metabolism, if that kind of the drug is pro-drug, something like the opioids, when converted to the morphine, like morphine is to be the active metabolite. So like there is this enzyme like CYP2D6 can be converted to be morphine. If the patient has mutations in CYP2D6 enzyme or the genes that can be utilized, and then we can predict it whether the patient has poor metabolism, because when the patient has poor metabolism, it should be decreasing the dose. And also this is for the patient in normal with 100 milligrams, and the patient with the patient with the ultra rapid metabolism, we can increase the dose to be the therapeutic to see whether the drugs can alleviate the efficacy or alleviate the treatment in the patients. And actually, this is the beyond of 2020. And hopefully that when the doctors can visit the patients in the ward in the hospital, that they can prescribe the patients based on the genomic information, whether his patient has the poor metabolism or ultra-rapid metabolism or normal, something like that. And then when the patient go to the pharmacy, go to the apothec, he can or she can bring the prescription from the doctors based on the genomic information. This is the hope in the futures. And how's the technology developed today? When we can imagine that in Indonesia, especially when we go to anywhere, we can using the cars. But when we using the car, right, we riding the cars, we will spend a lot of times. But when we go from Java to Bali or Lombok or NTB or Bima, something like that, we can utilize the ship, something like that. It can be more save the times, and also we can using the trains. And I think right now it's mostly the people will using the plane because of the more save the times. Same in the scientists also. When we are talking about the genetics, is the identifying or the testing of the genetics. In the first of 2021, there is the when we are testing up our genomes, it's very, very high expensive, around $100 million. But right now, when we are in 2019, I think we are now is in 2020, the cost is very, very decreasing dramatically, around 1,000. It's mean that in the futures, the utilization of the genomic informations that can be applicable in the clinical. That is the hope of our scientists. And for the two things that I would like to share is my publications. My publications related with the COVID-19 that I was published in last month in the BBRC journals that related with the genomic informations in the human genomes. And by utilizing the multiple database, multiple of the genomic database, something like that. And this is my title of my publications in last month: genetic variants that influence SARS-CoV-2 receptor TMPRS expressions among populations from multiple continents. Then this is the timelines of the COVID-19 pandemic. I think all of us has known, but that started from the December of 31 in the Wuhan, China, and I think right now it's very huge case of now a number of cases in the each country. As we can see here, and this is more detailed, that United States is the highest number of the COVID-19 cases, even the active cases, and also in European populations in compared with the Asian population. Now we can see that the total case based on the I found it around 16. I think this is the current of the. I'm sorry, I didn't change this. This is 24. I think around more than 50 millions of the cases, and for the active cases runs 5 million. This is the pandemic of the COVID-19 is still treat us. So we should how to alleviate this kind of the pandemics. We should be thinking about it based on our background, something like that. And this is very interesting. So when I search in the PubMed database, I think all of us has known that the genomic database, like the not only genomic database, but the health database like PubMed, we can search here, like we can type based on the keywords like the SARS-CoV-2, COVID-19, COVID-19. We can find around 17,000 of the publications, that very huge number of the published articles. And based on there is very interesting because I found that the one of the papers from the Cell Press, this is one of the very highest prestigious journals that I found the title of the publication that said that SARS-CoV-2 cell entry depend on S2 and TMPRS2 is blocked by clinical proven proteases inhibitor. That he said that the spike protein of SARS-CoV is primed by TMPRS2, and also the SARS-CoV-2 uses the SARS-CoV receptor for the host cells entry, something like this. And this is very good information because I think mostly we know that the receptor of the S2 is just the S2. SARS-CoV-2 is the S2, but we are not known about the TMPRS2. So I would like to focus on TMPRS2 because not many scientists focus on it. And this was published in the April. And why the TMPR is very very important, because the SARS-CoV-2, when he will enter to the epithelial cells in the lungs of the patients, he will utilize the spike proteins, will bind with S2, and when the S2 bind the SARS-CoV-2 receptor from the S2 is from the whole cell, he will also asking for help of TMPRS to enter the cell, something like that. And based on the new articles that from the University of Tokyo, he revealed that the nafamostat, we know that nafamostat actually can utilizing for the pancreatic in the old drugs that can be utilized for pancreatic drugs. But right now, nafamostat can be drug repurposed for the COVID-19. It means that drug repurposing or drug repositioning or drug reusing, it means that nafamostat not only can treat the pancreatic drugs, pancreatic disease, but also can be utilizing to alleviate or to treat the COVID-19 based on this his findings from the University of Tokyo. And now he is under clinical investigations based on the clinicaltrial.gov that I found that runs nafamostat right now is still in the phase 2 and coming to the phase 3. It is this very important information, I think. And while in this papers that are utilizing 3 genomic database, actually, first is the ensemble genome database, and this second is GTEx portal database, whether TMPRS2 has highly expressed or has expressions in the various tissue, especially in lungs, because so many scientists that I think in the clinical also that you can see that the patients has symptoms based on the lung of the patients, like the coughs, and then we are utilizing the GTEx portal database to see whether the TMPRS2 has highly expressed in the various of tissue. And the final one is the PubMed database to see whether the TMPRS2 is has been the provenance in the various virus, because the TMPRS2 not only for the SARS-CoV-2 but also has already been reported for the SARS-CoV in 2003 and also the MERS-CoV in 2012 and 2013. And this is what is an ensemble inside that. There's ensembles that has to catalog so many informations like the genomic variations that I would like to focus on it, like single nucleotide polymorphisms, or we call it SNPs, and also the genomic locations and the genomic structures like extrons, introns, or UTR, something like that. And we can see also the weathers that the genomic variations that can alter the proteins and finally can alter the phenotype of patients. And this is the genomic variations. What is the genomic variation? Genomic variation actually is the place in the genomes where the single nucleotide is substituted for another. It means that can be changed when this is common for the patient. Actually, the CC genotype is or CC allelic is the commons. But when the patient has the single nucleotide polymorphism, that means that he will alter the allelic, like C will change to be T, and then finally that change to be A, something like that. But whether the genomic variations can alter the proteins, can cause the disease, this should be tested in the clinical phases. And this is the genetic polymorphisms when we are actually very similar. Can we see here is for the American populations? There is the actually the genomic sequence is mostly the similars. This is like from the Americans, from the Asian, something like that, and then we can see also the Europeans populations and also in Asians. And this is I think this is me, something like that. And we can see here is that for the genetic variation that C is the normal, but in each populations that can change to be A, or can change to be the alterations of the nucleotides or the base pairs. Same with the TT also sometimes that can change in the various populations, like because C is the mostly if the C is the normal and can alter to be T, it's mean that population that has have the variations of the genomics. So this is the something like our our responsibility to see whether the genomic information that can link it to the disease or no, something like that, because we should to test it in the patient, something like that. And then this is the second of database that I use. I revealed it before, the GTEx database, because the GTEx has the runs 46 tissue, including lung cancers and also the lung health of patients from the 800 subjects, that we can utilize this gene information, this genomic database information to see whether our genes like TMPRS2 has highly expressed in the lung, something like that. And the PubMed database to see whether our gene TMPRS2 or our genomic variation that has been published or has been researched in the previous study. And this that I found genomic database, I utilizing GTech portals and PubMed TextMan and also Ensemble genomic projects that I found around 136 HTTL or expression quantitative traits lossy or the variations expressed in TMPRS2. And I utilizing genomic project database to see whether the patients has the missense mutations, because the missense mutations is one of the change of the variation that can alter the phenotypes. And also I utilizing the PubMed text mining that the 3 of the variants that has been utilized for another studies like the influenza, SARS, and also MERS-CoV. And this is that we can show that TMPRS2 can express in the various tissues like prostate, stomachs, colons, and pancreas. And this is the lung cancers that we are focused on it. This is the MPRS2, one of the previous study that revealed why is the patients in the male genders that do higher express or highly risk to suffer from the COVID-19, because the TMPRS is very high in the prostate of the patients. This one of the study that said before that. And this is the locations of the genomic information that I found. It's located in the chromosome 21, and this is the cis-AQTLs not only expressed in the lungs, but also in the various database. But we can see here is that whether the type of genotype that has expressed in the lungs, the trends of the TT genotype is the highest expressed in compared with TC and the CC, and also in this seconds of the variation that AE genotype is the highest expressed in compared with the AG and GG. And for the third of this phenotype, we can see the GG genotype is the highest expressed in compared with the AG and AE, and also the fourth of the SNPs that are highest or highest expressed of TT genotype and in compared with TC and the CC. This is the same with the previous one. That this is just the imagings that said that this variance that we can see the TT is the more higher expressed in compared with TC and CC, and also in another. And when we see these 4 variants, and when we compare it with the populations like the Europeans populations, are utilizing the various database like the Ensemble genomic database to obtain it around 403 of the patients. And we can see, for example, this first genomic variation that in the European population is the highest in compared with the Africans, Americans, East Asians, Southeast Asians, in China, and also Japan. And this is Taiwan biobanks, because in Taiwan we have the database to see whether the patient has the allele frequency has the highest in compared with the other populations. But in Indonesia we couldn't have, so I cannot to put it here. So I think hopefully that in the future.
1 minute more.
Okay, sorry. Okay, and then this is the visualization that I said that Americans and the European population is the higher express of the 4 variants in compared with the Asian population, something like that. And this was I published in the PBRC journal, and this journal is I'm the first author, and I think Q1 is included in Q1 with impact factors more than 2. And this is I would like to say that our author of the article would like to say thank you to my professors, Professor Wei Choi Chang and Professor Marcus and Professor Hisi. He is the director of genomic in Academia Sinica, and this is one of our collaborations. And our lab also, I think he is also the lecturer in the University of Muhammadiyah Mataram, and this is my seniors, and this is me. And this is our school in Taipei Medical University is very close with the third of the highest building in the world, 101 or 160, 101 floor. You can visit it if you have time in Taiwan. And okay, and this is Taipei Medical University that I'm studying right now, and this is a very good experience that antara musim panas dengan musim dingin itu biasanya ada tulip ataupun ada apa namanya, ada cherry blossom, teman di Jepang gitu ya. Ini hanya apa ya, hanya experience saja gitu. Jadi teman-teman kalau ada waktu datang kayak gitu. Kalau teman-teman tahu ini, kalau ke Indonesia it's around 5 hours, and here is around 200 and around more than 200, around 300,000 Indonesian people in Taiwan. I would like to say that thank you to our lab members, and I would like to say thank you to our support professor on the Japan, Professor Hamada, and our lab members. So this is our life. I think this is the last of my major libraries. The life is giant also. Libraries of you also is as important as the others dig deeper in your life. We have to dig deeper, got the deep puzzle in our life. So just enjoy it. Are you happy? What are you doing? What are you doing right now? If I just happy something. And the journey of 1,000 miles must begin with single steps. Don't worry, our friends. We should do. We don't need to sad because of the COVID-19, but we should to struggle to fight the COVID-19, something like that. So thank you very much, and I give the time to the moderator. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much indeed, Apoteker Lalu Muhammad Irham, Master of Pharmacy, for the lecture session. Before our panel discussion, I'm now returning to Master of Ceremony, Ibu Rista, due to there will be some remarks from Mr. Jaya Suprana, the founder of MURI, Museum Rekor Dunia Indonesia. Please, Ibu Rista. Thank you. Okay, so I'm sorry because Mr. Jaya Suprana haven't joined. We can continue to 20 minutes panel discussion for pharmacy session. In this part, there are 3 questions taken from Zoom and YouTube audiences, and the committee will share the questions. Okay. For the first question, in bahasa, saya sebutkan untuk Profesor Muhammad Bakri, adakah persyaratan obat yang boleh diberikan secara, diberikan secara drive-thru farmasi dan locker for you pharmacy? Dan yang kedua, adakah kriteria pemilihan fasilitas kesehatan yang dapat diikutsertakan dalam pelayanan pemberian obat secara terpadu? Bisa langsung dijawab, Profesor Muhammad bin Makmur Bakri.
Oke, boleh dengar ya?
Yap.
Oke, untuk drive-thru pharmacy, tiada pensyaratan sebab dia seperti outpatient yang biasa saja. Cuma sebab pesakit tu datang sendiri ke apotek tu, cuma mereka memandu kan, mengambilnya di tingkap saja. So yang itu tiada pensyaratan. Untuk local for you juga tiada pensyaratan. Sebab kita boleh kawal, sebab kita letak dalam local tu, kalau pada hari dan masa yang pesakit tu perlu datang, pagi tu kita letak. Jika pesakit tidak datang, kita akan ambil semula dan simpan di farmasi semula. Kalau patient tu call, baru kita letak semula dengan memberikan seperti yang saya kata, password dan juga nombor local. So untuk yang itu tiada pensyaratan. Yang ada pensyaratan hanya untuk yang dipostkan ke rumah saja yang ada pensyaratan. Sebab kita tidak pasti, kita tidak mahu ubat tu jadi tidak stabil sewaktu dalam post. Tapi kalau yang local for you dengan yang pandu lalu itu tiada pensyaratan.
Okay.
So soalan kedua tu untuk saya juga kan? Untuk yang tersepadu tu.
Ya, Prof.
Tersepadu tu sebenarnya sekarang ni kalau di Malaysia kebanyakan fasiliti Kementerian Kesihatan yang dipanggil health clinic atau pusat kesihatan, semua ubat-ubatnya adalah sama sahaja seperti apa yang ada di hospital. Cuma mereka yang boleh ambil ubat di health clinic ini, yang tersepadu ini adalah ubat pesakit-pesakit yang telah stable dia punya penyakit lah. Dia hanya perlu ambil ubat secara rutin sahaja. So tiada pemantauan rapi yang perlukan. So kalau pesakit-pesakit yang masih kurang stable, yang masih memerlukan doktor ataupun spesialis untuk melihat, yang ini masih perlu ke hospital. Mereka tidak boleh gunakan sistem bersepadu. Mereka yang boleh sistem bersepadu ni hanyalah mereka dengan keadaan penyakit yang stable. Dan mereka boleh pergi mana-mana fasiliti pun sebab fasiliti itu telah dilengkapkan dengan semua ubat yang mereka perlukan. Ya.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Muhammad. And the next questions, please committee share the question. The next question is for Professor Rukmo. Nomor 1, bagaimana persyaratan PPE? Apakah untuk baju APD dan kelengkapan lainnya? Lalu yang kedua, bagaimana cara pemberian konseling pada obat yang diberikan menggunakan taksi online? Untuk Prof. Retno. Prof. Retno? Are you still there? Oke. Sepertinya Prof. Retno belum muncul. Kita lanjut ke soal berikutnya. Untuk apoteker lalu Muhammad Irham. Nomor 1, adakah pengaruh genomik terhadap terapi obat yang diberikan khususnya pada pasien COVID-19 saat ini? Dan yang kedua, apakah terdapat database untuk genomik ini sehingga dalam pemberian terapi dapat menyesuaikan database genomik yang sudah ada? Kepada apoteker lalu Muhammad Irham, dipersilakan.
Oke, terima kasih atas pertanyaannya. Bagus sekali pertanyaannya ini. Bagaimana pengaruh genomik terhadap terapi obat diberikan begitu ya, khususnya pada pasien COVID-19 ini? Memang saat ini kita belum bisa menyimpulkan begitu ya. Mungkin pertanyaannya tetap di slideshow aja, Mbak.
Oh,
gitu, supaya teman-teman yang lain bisa mengetahuinya gitu. Memang kita belum bisa menyimpulkan demikian gitu ya, karena genomic information itu sangat variations of the information kayak gitu ya. Jadi di Asia itu belum tentu sama begitu efeknya pada European populations ataupun American populations. Seperti yang saya simpulkan, sebenarnya apa yang saya teliti itu tadi itu sebenarnya bukan final one gitu loh. Tapi it's the first ones. It's mean that the recommendations ini loh, variasi gen ini berdasarkan database genomik ini tren untuk dia lebih lebih tinggi paparannya pada orang Eropa ataupun orang Amerika itu lebih tinggi dibandingkan Asia begitu. Jadi harapannya memang variasi gen tadi itu yang saya sampaikan 4 variasi gen tadi itu harapannya bisa dites pada pasien-pasien ini, pada pasien-pasien COVID-19 begitu kan, karena sekarang kan kita masih sedang sibuk begitu ya dengan pengatasan treatment kepada pasien begitu ya. Mungkin para saintis kita juga ya kalau di lab saya memang ada ya aksesnya di Taiwan, tapi Taiwan sangat sedikit kasusnya, bahkan hampir 4 bulan ini zero case begitu ya. Memang nggak sampai 500 kasusnya begitu, tapi saintis di sini luar biasa ya begitu ya, sergapnya untuk meneliti begitu. Jadi kita belum bisa menyimpulkan apakah ada efek efek terhadap variasi genomik tadi begitu. Harapannya ke depan memang akan ada begitu ya. Kemudian pertanyaan yang kedua, apakah terdapat database untuk genomik ini sehingga dalam pemberian terapi dapat menyesuaikan database genomik yang sudah ada? Ada namanya CPIC guideline. Kalau teman-teman itu klik itu di Google itu ada CPIC guidelines, Clinic Information Pharmacogenomics guidelines. We can utilize that kind of the genomic database to see whether the variation of the genes that can alter the response of the drug kayak gitu loh. Jadi banyak list obat gitu ya, khususnya obat-obat yang FDA approved kayak gitu, itu sudah ada informasi-informasi genomiknya gitu. Nah misalnya kayak tadi misalnya yang saya sampaikan tadi kok opioid gitu ya. Kalau misalnya kan opioid itu kalau di yang berefek itu kan metabolitnya dalam bentuk morfin begitu ya. Ada enzim yang mengconvert dari opioid menjadi morfin namanya CYP2D6, CYP2D6 gitu ya, enzim atau gene kayak gitu ya. Jadi kalau misalnya terjadi mutasi pada CYP2D6 itu, maka besar kemungkinan pasiennya menjadi poor metabolizer kayak gitu. Jadi bahkan tidak berefek begitu obatnya, maka harus ditambah dosisnya begitu ya. Informasi-informasi ini ada pada CPIC tadi, CPIC guideline gitu. Namanya CPIC guideline begitu ya. Itu jawaban dari saya, Mbak.
Oke, terima kasih Apoteker lalu Muhammad Irham untuk jawabannya. Okay, thank you very much. I think time is up for this session, and before the next agenda is taken over by MC, I personally would like to extend my gratitude to all speakers for your precious sharing that clear us the role of pharmacists in new normal era. I apologize if there is any unintended mistake, technical mistakes during this session. And now I'm returning to our Master of Ceremony, Ibu Rista. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Alfika Sumarwadani. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jaya Supratna, can you hear me? Okay, welcome to our international webinar, Mr. Jaya Supratna. Can you hear me, Mr.?
Hi, hello.
Okay, hello, Mr. Good morning. How are you today?
Mr. Jaya Suprana is changing his clothes, so just wait maybe for 5 minutes. It's okay?
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jaya Suprana is the founder MURI, Museum Record Dunia Indonesia. Okay, Mr. Please welcome to deliver greeting, Mr.
No, my name is Osmar. I'm the staff of Mr. Jaya Suprana. Mr. Jaya Suprana is changing his clothes right now. Oh, he's already here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Ngontrol saya ya.
Iya, Pak.
Enak aja.
Ya, selamat datang Bapak.
Ya, maaf. Saya terlambat datang. Ya, silakan.
Ini
Yes.
rekornya, Pak.
Ya, terima
Jadi
kasih.
itu webinarnya itu.
Iya, iya, sudah. Oke, silakan.
Okay, welcome to our international webinar, Mr. Jaya Supratna.
Ya, oke.
Okay. Yeah. Please welcome for Mr. Jaya Supratna to deliver greetings today.
Ini Pak rekornya. Internasional tentang kemarin. Jadi ada dari Taiwan juga, ada dari mana? Malaysia tadi ada juga.
Oke.
Dari Singapura. Oh ya.
Ya.
Malaysia
Jadi
dan Taiwan.
Oke, Mister. Jadi ada 5 narasumber kami pada webinar internasional kali ini. Yang pertama dari Profesor Apoteker Mohbin Makmur from University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Secondly, Profesor Apoteker Retnosari Adrajati, Professor of Clinical Pharmacy, University of Indonesia, and also head of the hospital installation in University of Indonesia. Thirdly, Apoteker Lalu Muhammad Irham, Master of Pharmacy. And fourthly, Endang Koni Suryaningsih, PhD, candidate from National Taipei University of Nursing and Health Science. Lastly, Andari Wuri Astuti, PhD, lecturer of Master in Midwifery Study Program at Aisyah University, Yogyakarta, Mr.
Oke.
Berapa cuma?
Silakan Pak. Kalau mau ngomong Pak.
Dari mana?
Udah bisa ngomong kok Pak.
Halo. Belum.
Ya, halo. Mr. Jaya Supratna.
Ya, boleh saya mulai?
Boleh.
Silakan Mr.
Oke.
Silakan.
Maaf ya, saya pakai bahasa Indonesia pada teman-teman yang tidak
Ya. Kayaknya kalau oke, Mr. Jaya Supratna. Bapak masih oke.
Oke, sekarang.
Oke, Bapak. Silakan Bapak bisa memberikan sambutan kepada kami semua, Bapak. Nggih.
Ya, terima kasih.
Ya,
sekali lagi saya ucapkan selamat kepada Universitas
Muhammadiyah Mataram.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Mataram yang telah menciptakan suatu rekod yang sangat mengesankan, yaitu webinar internasional tentang kefarmasian dan kebidanan peserta terbanyak. Bukan main. Ini saya kira ini rekod dunia, ya, karena saya tahu benar ilmu kebidanan itu pusatnya ada di Indonesia. Jadi ini betul-betul suatu prestasi yang hebat sekali dari Universitas Muhammadiyah Mataram.
664.
Ya, dengan yang pesertanya juga tidak main-main, yaitu 664 peserta.
Yang hari ini itu.
Iya.
Yang hari ini.
Iya, yang hari ini adalah 667 bahkan sudah meningkat, ya, dari berbagai negara. Jadi webinar internasional ini merupakan suatu kontribusi Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan Universitas Muhammadiyah Mataram dalam berbagi ilmu berkaitan dengan peran farmasis dan bidan di era new normal, ya, serta pentingnya kolaborasi interprofesional serta antar tenaga kesehatan, yaitu farmasis dan bidan di masa pandemi COVID-19 dan era normal ini yang betul-betul merupakan suatu prahara yang belum pernah terjadi di planet bumi ini. Maka saya sekali lagi atas nama MURI maupun segenap rakyat Indonesia maupun segenap umat manusia yang kan peran farmasis dan para bidan itu saya mengucapkan terima kasih dan penghargaan dan penghormatan setinggi-tingginya kepada Universitas Muhammadiyah Mataram. Luar biasa sekali. Jadi saya tidak tahu piagamnya nanti akan piagam akan dikirim ya, karena tentunya piagam ini sementara belum ada piagam yang virtual ya. Jadi piagamnya dalam bentuk ragawi akan dikirim ke Universitas di Mataram. Bukan main. Sekali lagi terima kasih, penghormatan dan penghargaan setinggi-tingginya. Ada, nah ini dia piagamnya sudah sini. Tuh, di sini tulisannya Rekor Indonesia.
Nanti diganti.
Ya, ini nanti akan diganti dengan rekor dunia. Ya, saya yang bertanggung jawab ya, karena ilmu kebidanan itu hanya ada di Indonesia. Oke.
Yeah, thank you.
Demikian. Oh, ada lagi satu. Oh, piagamnya yang satu universitasnya, yang satu untuk Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan Universitas Muhammadiyah Mataram. Terima kasih. Merdeka.
Oke, terima kasih Bapak Jaya Supratna. Mungkin akan ada kami persilakan kepada Bapak Rektor Universitas Muhammadiyah Mataram untuk memberikan ucapan salam kepada kami semua. Kami persilakan kepada Bapak Rektor Universitas Muhammadiyah Mataram, Dr. Arsad Abdul Ghani. Kami persilakan Bapak.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang. Pertama kami sampaikan terima kasih kepada MURI Bapak Jaya Suprana yang telah memberikan penilaian dan penghargaan kepada Universitas Muhammadiyah Mataram untuk mendapatkan rekor MURI melaksanakan webinar internasional dengan peserta terbanyak pada hari Sabtu tanggal 25 Juli 2020 hari ini. Mudah-mudahan nanti pada saatnya Pak Jaya Suprana bisa hadir secara langsung di kampus Universitas Muhammadiyah Mataram. Saya, Dr. Haji Arsad Abdul Ghani MPD selaku Rektor, menyampaikan ucapan terima kasih dan penghargaan yang tinggi kepada Museum Rekor Indonesia atau MURI, khususnya kepada Bapak Jaya Suprana, dan penghargaan yang tinggi atas operasi Dekan Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan Universitas Muhammadiyah Mataram dan seluruh jajarannya yang telah mampu menyelenggarakan webinar internasional dalam rangka meningkatkan kemampuan dan pengetahuan para pengelola perguruan tinggi khususnya di Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan di era new normal ini. Terima kasih. Nasrul minallah wa qarib. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Terima
wabarakatuh.
kasih Pak Rektor, terima kasih. Dan juga saya lihat itu Ibu Dekan, ya ada di situ juga. Wah, terima kasih Ibu Dekan. Ya, jadi Anda sudah membuktikan bagaimana Fakultas Ilmu Kebidanan ini telah berprestasi secara internasional. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jaya Suprana. Thank you for the MURI Record Award for Muhammadiyah University of Mataram and the Faculty of Health Science. This is a pride for us, Mr. Okay, thank you. Next session. Oke, terima kasih Bapak Supratna. Oke, kita lanjutkan untuk acara berikutnya. Ladies and gentlemen, next session will be led by our moderator today. For Mrs. Elva Rahmawati, the time is yours. Mrs. Elva, you can hear me, Mrs. Elva?
Okay, hello, Bu Risa, as Master of Ceremony for today. Thank you for our Master of Ceremony that already gives me the chance to moderate this session. Okay, our awesome audiences and speakers, good morning, good afternoon, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Our blessing from Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala and Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. My name is Elva Rahmawati Fitri, as the moderator of this section. I'm an alumni from Universitas Aisyah Yogyakarta or Unisa Yogya. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Midwives section on this international webinar. I remind the topic of this webinar is the role of pharmacists and midwives in new normal era. We have listened the material from our previous speakers from Pharmacists, and also we have seen from Muri gave us the record or the word. So congratulations also for Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan Universitas Muhammadiyah Mataram. Terima kasih atas kesempatan yang telah diberikan kepada saya. Nama saya Elva Rahmawati Fitri, alumni Universitas Aisyah Yogyakarta, dan selamat datang pada sesi bidan pada Internasional Webinar hari ini. Mengingatkan kembali topik kita pada hari ini adalah peran farmasis dan bidan dalam menghadapi new normal era. Kita telah mendengarkan materi-materi dari pembicara-pembicara hebat kita dari sisi farmasis tadi. So next, the time to listen how midwives roles in this new normal era. What should we do for facing this condition? We are facing the barriers to give maternal and child health services. This pandemic unrestrained, the more hard to solve this problem. The number of sufferers of COVID-19 continuously increases. So in this section, we would discuss it. Selanjutnya pada sesi kebidanan ini kita akan mendengarkan pemaparan materi dari para pembicara kita untuk memahami apa yang perlu kita lakukan untuk berperan dalam menghadapi kondisi pandemi ini. Kita menghadapi beberapa hambatan untuk memberikan pelayanan kesehatan ibu dan anak. Pandemi ini susah untuk dikendalikan, semakin sulit untuk diselesaikan. Jumlah penderita COVID-19 secara terus-menerus makin meningkat. Dan pada sesi ini kita akan mendiskusikan cara untuk melawan, menghadapi, dan beradaptasi terhadap pandemi pada masa kehidupan normal baru ini. So in this section, we have two extraordinary speakers. They are Mrs. Andang Korni Suryanisi, FSc, MSc, PhD candidate, and Mrs. Andari Wuri Asuti, FSc, MSc, PhD. They will deliver the material for supporting our rules. So let me call them Bu Koni and Bu Andari because they are my lecturer in Unisa Yogya. Good morning, Bu Koni and Bu Andari. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Hello, Ibu. How are you?
Thank you.
Okay. Is Bu Koni here also? Hello, Bu Koni.
Okay, I'm here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you because I'm happy could see you even so by virtually, and thank you anyway for being able to attend and giving us the information today. And ladies and gentlemen, our speakers will deliver the material on panel method in English or sometimes use combination language in English and Bahasa Indonesia. Each speaker are allocated delivering the material approximately 15 until 20 minutes. And after delivering each material, I will summarize in few sentences the presentation. And for the effectiveness of our time, let's start with our first speaker. Our first speaker is Bu Koni. So Bu Andari, excuse me, may you wait us for some minutes later?
No problem.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, Mrs. Endang Koni Suryaningsih, FSC MSc, is a PhD candidate from National Taipei University of Nursing and Health Sciences, and she graduated for a master's degree in the same university. Her evaluation is in Universitas Aisyah Yogyakarta. She is a researcher and a founder of childbirth education class Happy Prigo. So you could see and follow the Instagram on Happy Prigo, isn't it, Ibu Koni? And she did many research and published on national and international journals. I couldn't mention it all. I really interesting with maternal fetal attachment research that she had done before until I did my thesis also with the topic maternal and fetal attachment. And I told you.
That's good.
Yes, thank you so much. Does your material today would connect with maternal fetal attachment, Bu?
Yes, I will.
Okay. As your definition, how big maternal fetal attachment influence mother and child life?
Yes.
Is it big impact, yeah? Okay. Okay, for our some audiences, she would deliver empowering couples during childbearing for new normal life material. Well, for 20 minutes, Bu Koni, the time is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much, Melva.
Yes.
Is my voice clear enough there?
Yes, it's clear. It's really clear.
Okay. And
Yeah.
my picture as well, right?
Yes,
Because I will
also.
deliver my presentation later on. So I
Okay.
want to make sure everything is going well. All right. Thank you very much for this kind of opportunity. It's my honorable to be here because it's very, very extraordinary experience for me because among of expertise, I can share my a little knowledge and experience as well that related with empowering couples during childbearing for a new normal life. Okay, then let me to share my PPT here. All right. Okay, so, okay, wait a minute. I'll stop my video. In order to, you can focus on my PPT only. So for the first, empowering couple during childbearing for new normal life. In my slide, I would like to discuss about 3 or 4 key points here. The first one, I'd like to talk about key midwifery concept. The second, about the role of midwifery during the normal life. The third, the facts and problem statement. Research on the field, why fathers need to be involved during childbearing. And the last one, significance and future direction. To begin with, we just want to bear in mind about our concept according to ICM in 2010. The first key is promotive a partnership with women to promote self-care and the health of mothers, infant, and family. The second key is respect for human dignity and for women as persons with the full human rights. The third key, advocacy for women so that their voices are heard. And the last key, a focus on health promotion and disease prevention that views pregnancy as a normal life event. Then I think that's a common question, but now I just want to emphasize actually what is the midwifery role. As we know that the main that is as a midwife, we involve to looking for after women during pregnancy and labor and offering postnatal care up to the certain point after birth. So we can say that midwives play an extremely important role in preparing women in delivery as well as helping to maintain their health during pregnancy. I just want to flashback a little bit about the role of midwife during normal life before we enter to the main.
Hello, Bu Koni.
Yeah, for
Okay.
a mother, yeah. And then conduct a face-to-face consultation and also physical examination, then providing care during childbirth. And as a continuity of care, midwife also need to provide the services at during a postpartum period for women, and also parenting and breastfeeding support. And We also need to provide service for family planning counseling and providing for contraceptive method. And let's talk about the fact and the problem statement in Indonesia right now. As you can see from these pictures, I just want to remind you that our country, compared with those countries like Thailand and Singapore, we still has high number in mortality rate. You can see 126 per 100,000 in 2015. So it's our big homework as a midwife, of course. And repeatedly, always the same problem, the main cause of maternal mortality rate in Indonesia. As you can see here, that's bleeding, pregnancy, hypertension, infection, prolonged labor. Still, the main cause of mortality rate in Indonesia, right? Okay, now still talking about the main cause neonatal mortality in Indonesia. According to Ministry of Health Republic of Indonesia, as you can see from the picture as well, mostly here, this one, I point this one, this is prematurity. Take number about 36% in Indonesia, the neonatal mortality caused by prematurity, which means that baby birth before the due date or at term. If we can take a look in detail, that expected women with high levels of anxiety are at increased risk of adverse prenatal outcome, include preterm birth and low birth weight. Later on, we would like to discuss this in detail more. And back again, this is the main cause of the neonatal mortality rate in Indonesia. So mother feel anxious, the anxious will affect to the asphyxia will impact to the prolonged labor process. So everything is still related one each other. The other fact we need to remind all of you here that according to one national study in Indonesia, see this picture, more than 50% pregnant women in Indonesia, they feel anxious during their pregnancy. Yes, and then if we see again another number, 80% from among them are nulliparous, which means first expectant mother feel anxious in their pregnancy. Many causes, many variables that can cause anxiety during pregnancy. But later on, we would like to dig more how to overcome this problem. But now I just want to emphasize first, the manifested pregnancy-related anxiety will affect the mother's childbirth self-efficacy. However, low childbirth self-efficacy lead to prolonged labor. Okay, back again to prolonged labor, as my previous slide I mentioned before, which in turn causing maternal death as well. Okay, this is interesting. And another number tell us about this direct cause and indirect cause. During the school, we already hear this until now, it still remain the same cause for maternal mortality rate high in Indonesia. 3D, delay to reach health facilities, delay to getting help, delay to recognize the danger sign of pregnancy and labor. Indeed, the most contribute to the maternal mortality rate in Indonesia. You can imagine that, 50% from all the number of rates. So if we take a look more, we got our sense on the barrier. What is the barrier? How we can overcome the barrier? Now, we can know first, the barrier is lack of commitment to invite fathers during the antenatal care and childbirth education classes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, during this time, mother frequently comes to the healthcare centers by herself or accompanied by another one, or maybe accompanied by the husband, but the husband maybe not engaged, come into the room, or just only company outside. That's, I mean here, lack of commitment to invite fathers. But in the other side as well, midwife, low awareness to invite father as well, to include to the mother's activity during childbearing. And then lack of efficacy of parental education program on promoting maternal mental health to increase perinatal outcome occurs. Okay. Okay, wait. The other numbers from Riskesdas. Okay. The other number from Riskesdas in 2018, you can see from the picture here. There are numbers of midwife in Indonesia. You can see from yellow, orange, I think it's orange color, right? The orange color is the number or the proportion of midwife who provide the services for the patient in Indonesia compared with other healthcare professional or healthcare providers such as obstetrician, nurse, and general practitioner. See? And this is the second picture. I just want to show you a little bit about the proportion, how many numbers mothers prefer to for the birth process. In fact, 62.7% mothers come to the midwife to deliver the baby, and then following by obstetrician, 28.9%, and then following by, you can see here, general doctor, 1.2%. So in fact, mostly midwife take over this number, more than 50%. And then how about, we call it proporsi tempat persalinan, or it's mean which place mothers prefer, again, to help her, to assist her deliver a baby. So the green color is midwifery practice clinic, or we call bidan praktek swasta. About 29% midwife help mothers to deliver the baby, following by, we can read here, private hospital. Surprisingly, some mothers still prefer to deliver the baby at home, or we call it home birth. Okay, but now the other number is interesting. We need to think about it, because during January to April 2020, based on the online survey, from 9,296 respondents from 18 provinces in Indonesia, 90% from them, yes, they remain open during this outbreak or pandemic. But 10.5% or 974, they are closed temporarily during the outbreak. And the fact, this is raising up the question. So how about mothers? How about the expectant mothers, where they have to go to gain information or gain help to deliver the baby during this outbreak? Okay, that's the point. But another point I want to show here, we face up some challenging during this outbreak, like lack of socialization for all midwives regarding the protocol for maternal and neonatal care services during pandemic, and then high awareness from basic level such as private midwifery clinic. Midwife need to wear high prevention tools like masks, like Google, like apron, or something like that. The safety of midwife and patients should be protected. Therefore, adaptation and transformation services is needed. And the number of visitors during outbreak is restricted. The last one, don't forget, the anxiety of the mothers were increased during this pandemic because mostly midwife private practice clinic, they close temporarily during this outbreak. So what is the problem? Not only about this number, but more than that, beyond this problem, I just want to invite your sense why we need to invite couple, or why we need to empower father or husband in this case. Because midwife need partner to enhance or to decrease the number of maternal and neonatal mortality rate in Indonesia, of course. Okay, now a little bit research on the field. I would like to share you about why the urgency why we invite fathers to the childbearing process. This can increase childbirth self-efficacy and increase parental fetal attachment, consists of maternal fetal attachment and paternal fetal attachment, increase marital relationship, decrease anxiety, and interestingly, it can cause of healthcare. So it's a good thing because father can decrease or can saving the money, because according to one studies in outside, cost saving of between $1,139 or $1,827 per birth in the outside if the fathers can involve in the mother's process during childbearing. Wow, okay, that's can save our money, right? Now let me to share again about the mechanism and pathways why father's involvement can impact to the mother anxiety during pregnancy. As you know that during pregnancy, maybe mother will experience so many significant life events, or mental health issues, or maybe going to work, or maybe daily hassles, or maybe lacking social support, chronic stress, poor nutrition, tobacco, and others. All of those life events, of course, will stimulate the maternal cortisol inside. Then it will affect it to the estrogen precursor. It will increase the fetal cortisol. Then finally, it will fetal stress response, stimulate the fetal stress response and contribute to the birth outcome like preterm birth. The other one, maternal cortisol, will stimulate catecholamine, suppress maternal appetite. If mother feel no appetite, it will reduce substrate nutrition to the fetus. Of course, eventually it will impact to the low birth weight as a birth outcome. I think the previous speaker, Mr. Lalu, is very expert in this matter about the biochemistry and pharmacy. But then how about the mother or father paternal involvement engaged here? So it will cut off this, will cut the process here. It will not happen. Maternal cortisol, estrogen precursor, catecholamine will save, so will not happen like this. That's a little bit mechanism of why father need to be involved. And in summary, I'll take from another research that father involvement can reduce the risk of preterm birth, can reduce low birth weight, can reduce fetal growth restriction, can increase positive maternal health behavior, and can reduce maternal stress. Now, why father's involvement during childbearing is important? It can increase child self-efficacy. Let me to show you the picture or the mechanism again, the pathway how this involvement can impact to the mother's childbirth efficacy. So during the labor begin, then the oxytocin rise, right? And then pain perception due to the contraction is depend on the mother's perception. If the mother feel confidence, then she will feeling love, feel safe, supported, feel safe, skin-to-skin contact, privacy. Here, feeling love, safe, supported, skin-to-skin contact can be gained from the husband that involved during the process. However, if the mother feeling lonely, no support or lack of support, fear, feeling judged, of course, it will increase sensitivity to pain, then high-pitched voice, So the presence of fathers during this process is very, very important. Then again, why fathers' involvement during childbearing is very important. It will impact to the maternal fetal attachment. Let's see how this variable contribute to the father's presence. Because fathers can impact to the emotional relationship between mother and fetal. We're talking about the maternal fetal attachment that is Alpha mentioned before in her introduction. Maternal fetal attachment is the emotional tie between mother and unborn baby since pregnancy. And mothering behavior include interaction, such as calling the baby by name, oh, my baby, something like that, since she was pregnant, and then preparing things for the baby before giving birth. Maybe we call it 7 bulanan. Sometimes mothers in Indonesia, they already buy some stuff to preparing for the baby, like clothes, like stroller, like car seat or anything. In fact, that is include to the mother fetal attachment. Then father involvement during pregnancy can enhance those attachment between mother and fetal. Another fact, maternal fetal attachment was also encourage mother positive behavior toward promote mother psychological health that will be affecting the interaction between mothers and their children in the future. Maybe in the other occasion, we can share or discuss more about this interesting topic, maternal fetal attachment. But here, I just want to point out that father's involvement during childbearing can affect to the maternal fetal attachment during pregnancy. And then the third, why father involvement during childbearing is important because it increases marital relationship. So a good marital relationship contribute to healthier pregnancy and birth. Okay. Why? Because it will create a supportive family environment. Characteristic of the marital relationship include equality communication, the intention to get pregnant, and marital status. And the previous studies have reported the keys to establishing quality of parental relationship, figure out how to support one another and to communicate effectively. So as a midwife, we just need to think about this, how to support mothers, to encourage fathers engage during this process, how to support mothers, how to support fathers to give them a chance or opportunity to engage in this process as well. Later on, we will talking about this one more.
Okay, I'm so sorry that I'm so sorry, Bu Koni, actually the time is up, so probably you can.
Oh, okay. So I will just want to show you these pictures. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. I just want to show you this picture. I have 2 or 3 slides more actually, but it's just more about the pictures. How we midwife can encourage fathers or empowering them during this process. Like this one, couple empowerment. As you can see from the pictures, fathers as a midwife, we can guide the fathers how to take care of the baby after birth during postpartum period. It's very crucial process. You can see the mother see the father how to learn. This can stimulate their oxytocin process as well. See, the fathers also learn how to take about the baby, newborn baby. Now, I just want to ask you to see their face, mother and father. This couple's face is so happy, even though it's just only a doll and just only simulation, but you can see that their face, they cannot wait to practice it in the real world after the baby is born. See how the mothers love, how the father so enthusiast, and this is how we empower. But excuse me, because this picture we take before the COVID-19 was become a pandemic in Indonesia. But after this, we can talking about how to create this kind in this situation. See, we learn together with the couple, empower the couple to present in our childbirth education program, and then engage. They can practice so many measures to decrease the pain during pregnancy, uncovered during pregnancy and birth. Like this, touch one each other will increase their marital relationship. See, father can empower themselves to help mother to decrease the pain. How can see here how to make a back massage, right back massage. And the future direction is dukungan suami meningkat, kesehatan fisik dan mental ibu meningkat, dan menurunkan AKI dan AKB in Indonesia. The recommendation like virtual visit like this or WhatsApp group. I have some discussion online with the patient or respondent here, and then virtual prenatal class that we have been done yesterday. Okay, thank you very much for the time.
Okay.
And yeah, Mrs. Elva, it's time to yours again.
Okay, thank you so much for your fabulous delivered material, Bu Kony. You told us what is something that couldn't we imagine the effect by empowering couple or spouses in childbearing, and we also could see how their faces look happier than without their spouse or their couples. Okay,
Yeah.
let me translate it in view science. Hadirin sekalian, materi yang disampaikan oleh Bu Kony adalah penjabaran pentingnya diciptakan hubungan yang baik antara bidan dan klien. Begitu banyak komplikasi yang memang kita temukan pada ibu dan bayi yang terjadi di Indonesia. Beberapa upaya memang telah dilakukan, namun ada upaya lain lagi yang bisa kita lakukan. Ada peran lagi yang bisa kita lakukan sebagai seorang bidan, yaitu dengan pemberdayaan pasangan. Sebagai bidan, sebagai take over terbanyak untuk menangani kehamilan dan persalinan, yaitu lebih dari 50%, klien yang seharusnya bagi kita saat ini adalah bukan hanya perempuan saja, namun juga melibatkan pasangan dan juga keluarga. Memang kalau misalnya dilihat secara perjalanan, perlibatan pasangan ataupun keluarga ini memang bukan merupakan penyebab secara langsung kalau dilihat. Akan tetapi ketika paparan Bu Kony tadi menyampaikan bahwa ketika ada direct dan indirect, ternyata perlibatan ataupun empowering couples dan keluarga itu sangat mempengaruhi keberhasilan untuk menurunkan AKI dan AKB itu sendiri. Seperti itu. Okay, thank you so much for this materials, Bu Kony. Now, could you wait us, please? We are going to listen Bu Andari deliver her material before we are going to discussion session.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Bu Andari. Okay, Bu Andari is our second speaker for today. Her full name is Andari Wuri Astuti, SSC, MSc, PhD. She graduated from Master and Doctoral Program, University of Leeds, United Kingdom. She works at Universitas Aisyah, Yogyakarta, and she is a researcher. She did many research and published into national and international journals. I couldn't mention all of her publication, and she got many funding for her research. I saw it from her curriculum vitae. She is one of active member of International Confederation of Midwives. She is also a reviewer for some national and international journal. And like I said previously, I couldn't mention all of it on your TV. So Bu Andari, I am really interested also with your material that you will deliver for us about the research evidence to support midwifery care during and post-pandemic COVID-19, barriers and opportunities. It became a new issue that we face together. Research evidence is needed to help midwives on giving services to maternal and child, but the situation is hard to do various research because this situation and condition. So I'm privately want to hear your materials, how to take the opportunity and how to solve the barrier. Because Mr. Irham, my friend, talk a lot about research to pass this pandemic from the pharmacists, and this is the time for midwives to present or to deliver how we contribute the research on midwife side. Okay, Bu Andari, are you ready?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Okay, for 20 minutes, the time is yours.
Right. Okay. Right. Thank you, Mbak Elva, for letting me to join these sessions. And before I start my presentations, let me to check that I have 20 minutes. Yeah. Right. Okay. Right. Okay. Because I'm a talkative person, so maybe I will make it fast. Before I start my presentation, let me to thank to the rector and vice rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah Mataram and the dean of Faculty of Health Sciences, Universitas Muhammadiyah Mataram, for inviting me to join this great international webinar today. I'm feeling honored, and also I'm so delighted to join these great sessions. And I think my presentation will be the last, and I can see here the participant is, still here 633, which is a really great number for the international webinar and the committee have been asked me to talk about the material about the research evidence, and today I will share the screen by myself, so the committee will not, I'm not going to bothering the committee really.
Okay.
This is the title of my presentations today. I will talk about the research evidence to support midwifery care during and post-pandemic COVID-19 as a barriers and opportunities. And surprisingly, my presentations, the template is really similar with Ibu Koni template. I was really surprising. I don't know why. Maybe because we are from the same institutions, Ibu Koni, I'm not sure, but really the template of the presentations really fit with that. And before I talk in detail, let me also to saying hi to the other speakers, Professor Professor Mohdi from Malaysia, Professor Retnosari from Universitas Indonesia, and then Bapak Lalu from UAD, and then Ibu Koni from UNISA. And here is the topic presentation slide, and I will have 6 main themes of my talking today. The first one will be about introductions, and the second one will be evidence-based practices, and then followed by research and practice gap. And the fourth one will be barriers to implement evidence-based practice, and then realistic alternatives for implementing evidence-based practice. And the last will be about conclusions and recommendations. Yeah, if we talk about the research evidence, maybe some people will ask, or maybe they are wondering, does it really matter talking about research evidence during this pandemic situations? As the speakers told us previously, Mr. Lalu also talked the same, Ibu Professor Retno also talked the same, that really research evidence is something that need to be highlighted during this pandemic COVID situations. Why? Because this is a new things for everyone in the world. I think we have not experienced before, and this COVID-19 pandemic, push us in a different situations and a different life, while we also having a complex, still having a complex issues in maternal and children health. So I can say in bahasa Indonesia that saat ini kita dihadapkan pada semacam situasi di mana kita masih harus berdandan sambil lipstikan, sambil pakai baju gitu ya. Because why? Because we have a limited evidence sources to rely on, while we still need to continue our services to the patients, to the people, to the women out there. So it's like we have a limited source, but we still need to provide service for everyone out there. So this is also, a kind of situation that we not expected before. And talking about the issues that we are still struggling with before the COVID-19 pandemic, and also now, we still have a really poor, or we can say sad, fact about the maternal and children health. We can see from here, I just cited from a WHO that the fact one, we can see from here that every day, approximately 830 women die from preventable causes related to pregnancies and childbirth. I will talk fastest about this because I think Ibu Koni talking also about this. So I just review about this. And it is also the fact that 99% of all maternal death occur in low middle income countries, which is in Indonesia. Indonesia is still categorized in this kind of category in low middle income countries category. And maternal mortality is higher in women living in the rural area and among poorer community. And we know that women in Indonesia, many women in Indonesia, they are still living in a poor situations in a rural and also in a remote and rural area that make them putting them to have higher risk for having maternal mortality and maternal morbidity. And we can also see that young adolescents face a higher risk of complications and death as a result of pregnancies than other women. And in Indonesia, we can also still see that we can still find and now getting increased, the number of adolescents pregnancies is getting increased in Indonesia. And it resulted, and its consequences of the adolescent pregnancies are adverse maternal and children health outcome. And 75% contribute to maternal death are severe bleeding, as Bu Koni said, infections, high blood pressures, and also complications from delivery, unsafe abortions. And sadly, and this kind of causes of maternal death are actually can be prevented by providing adequate healthcare services. And here, if we have a look in Indonesian situations, I'm citing from SUPAS data 2015 and SDKI 2017 that in Indonesia, we still have 305 maternal mortality per 100,000 live birth, which is still high. And then if we compare to the neighboring country, we are in the higher number of having that. And there's all the causes of maternal mortality. We have adolescents marriage and adolescents pregnancies, and here adolescents marriage is still 23.9%. Adolescents pregnancy is still 36 per thousands adolescent pregnancies. And then we can see women with hypertension, women with chronic deficiency, women with anemia, and pregnant women with anemia still have that kind of number. Pregnant women with HIV, we have the number of pregnant women with HIV, we have 4,000 something. Women with HIV/AIDS, we have 12,000 something. We are still struggling with breast cancer and cervical cancer. And surprisingly, and it kind of making me shocked really, that the woman experience domestic violence is 1 per 3. So among 3 women in Indonesia, 1 of them experience domestic violence, which is really sad a fact about that. And this kind of issues becoming more complex because we also have people who are having lack of finance source. As I talked previously, that many people in Indonesia, many women in Indonesia, they are still experiencing lack of finance source. They are living in a poor conditions, and it makes them, for having, have to think about that. So maybe they are not thinking about how to get the adequate health service, how to get the adequate nutrition, but in their mind, they are still struggling with something like you know, what kind of food that we can eat today. So that's also kind of a big barrier for women in Indonesia to obtain their health and well-being. And a culture and belief, we can also see that in Indonesia, many there are still many traditional culture and belief that hindering the woman to obtain their health and well-being. For example, the belief about the contraception, they are not allowing to access contraception, to use contraceptions. Some believe saying like that, and of course it influence or it can contribute as a barrier for the woman to get the health and well-being, because women who are not using contraceptions, they will, you know, have also high risk to get pregnant, and maybe they also have a higher risk to get the maternal mortality and morbidity. And we can also see that a geographical area is also kind of challenge for people in Indonesia. Maybe somebody who are living in Java, that might be not a big problem because they will have easy access to get the healthcare facilities. They will get enough support to get the healthcare service. But I can imagine that many Indonesian people also living in a remote area, in a remote island, that make them get hard to get the access of healthcare services and healthcare facilities. And it's also kind of challenge for us as a healthcare providers as well. Indonesia is like this. So the archipelago, the biggest countries, archipelagos, with the positive and negative consequences of that, and also issues about gender and also mental health that also become one of the aspects or one of the causes that maybe contribute to the maternal and mortality and morbidity in Indonesia, like Ibu Koni talking about previously, that the anxiety, the stress is also there, that making the situations more complex for women in Indonesia for obtaining the health and well-being. And these situations, again, more complex and become more complicated because we are now in a COVID-19 pandemic situations, and the COVID-19 pandemic situations is create challenge for us, really make a changing in our life in all aspects, I think, in bio, psycho, social, and also spiritual. It changes everything, including midwifery service, of course. And within the situations, of course, we do really need to give or to provide healthcare service based on the evidence, and the evidence should be high quality, and then the evidence where we can have the high quality evidence, then we need to create research. We need to conduct the research. So here I can say that research is really important to do, especially in this kind of situations that we are still having limited source, as I said before. And if we might find the evidence about maternal and healthcare during a COVID-19 pandemic, the research comes from other countries which might not be really fit with our situation. So really we need to do the research in our specific context in Indonesia in order to make them fit, to provide the evidence fit with our community. And why is the research is become really important, and we need to talk about this today, because I think everyone here, midwives here, already knew about the midwifery service based on current evidence, and from that we can see in detail that actually all the service that we provide to our patients, for the women, for the people, for the children, need to be based on the high quality research evidence. And ideally, if we can say that ideally, the research produces evidence and it is implemented in daily practice. Ideally, the research provides problem solutions and it is implemented in daily practice. Ideally, research brings innovations and implemented in daily practice. And ideally, the last one, research evaluate practices and it produce information to strengthening the quality service. So within this COVID-19 pandemic, so I think there are a lot of issues need to be researched in, and then really we as a university academicians, and also the midwives, and also maybe the pharmacists here really need to do the research in specific context in Indonesia, as I said before. However, within in a reality, we can see that there is a gap between research and practice. It is kind of that research is something that university do, and then practice is also in a clinical setting. Yeah, so it is kind of actually it's not only the problem in Indonesia, but I think it is also in developed countries. If that they also experience the gap between research and practice, and they are trying to bridging the research and also the practice. And I can say that it is not easy to apply research evidence into daily practice, because why? Several things that we can have a look after this. There are barriers to do the or to bridge the gap between the research and practice. There are three I can see from here. I'm citing from papers that I've read that there are three, which are professional factors as a barriers, organizational factor as a barriers, personal or individual factors as a barriers. Here we can see that in professional barriers. We can see that the evidence from research, I think they have the complex language, and mainly the research maybe in bahasa Inggris, yeah, in English language. So it makes also become a barrier for us, for the midwives and for the clinical practitioners who are living in a country with English is not the mother language. So it is kind of challenge. And except of the language, there is also kind of the complex of a language in research. Maybe for the clinical practitioners, sometimes it's kind of having hard to be understood. So it's because of they are not competent, or maybe they are not clever. No, it's not because of that. It's because maybe they have no opportunity, or they still have a limited chance to strengthening their research skill, or they have no time, or they have limited support to have a training about the research. And secondly is about the educations. Yeah, because in education's process, when we having the course in the university, then we will having a chance to learn and also to study about the research. But what about other people who have no chance to get the get the higher education level. So it is kind of also a professional barriers that we can say why the research is not, is having a gap in a clinical setting. And then also the research publications take long time. I will share my experience that the research when the research are accomplished, then the researchers or the author trying to publish is really take a longer and really test our patience level. Because why? Because the research publications really need when we want to publish our research, it's not a simple way. It's really taking I can say this is a journey until the research get published, from the rejection, from the revision and things like that. And for me, for example, I completed my research in 2017, and I just get the publications in 2019, at the end of the 2019. So it is kind of take a longer time. However, in this pandemic situations, many publishers, many international journals, they have a rapid publication for COVID-19 pandemic topic. So it is kind of opportunity for us as well. If we conduct the research and then trying to publish that, it might take not too long. Yeah, so that will be faster than the regular one. And also lack of ability to understand research methodology, method and result is actually related to the education that I said before, and lack of awareness of the research finding and lack of willingness to learn research method. It is also kind of a barrier that make the research hard to be practiced, to be implemented, to be applied in a clinical setting. And there are also research that lack of validity and reliability, lack of generalizability of findings, and lack of reliability in the interpretations of research finding. We can have seen that, for example, in Indonesia, there are a lot of research have been conducted, but when they want to get published in international journal, it is really hard. Why? It's because in international journal, they are really require the high process of research, the high assurance of research, the rigor of research, and sometimes the research that we find in Indonesia, it has poor quality of the research. So that also a problem for us. If we want to conduct it research, if we want to provide the evidence, the high evidence, so the process of research itself needs to be strengthened.
Excuse me, Bu Andari, the time is 3 minutes more.
Right, okay, right. Okay, then here is organizational factor as a barrier. So lack of institutional or financial support, we can have a look in here, that really also become a barrier, because if we want to conduct a research, of course we need the money, we need to having support of that. And also insufficient support from college. Sometimes our college, because they are not aware with the research evidence, so sometimes it is hard to make them understand about the evidence that really need to be implemented. And shortage of personnel and resources. So only limited person, actually, only limited people who are willing and who are really interested with research in clinical setting. Why? It's because in a clinical setting, they are really busy with the patients, with the administration that they have, the administration's matters that need to be done, and something like that make them not to think about the research. And the lack of adequate, the work climate or culture of the workplace. So maybe in the workplace is really influence people for keep moving for having evidence-based practice or not. And the lack of adequate facilities to implement the idea, so there is no support to, kind of having discussions or things like that, also become organizational barriers. The lack of authority to change the method and patterns of care. So maybe our organizations is like, it's okay with this kind of evidence, with this kind of routine procedures, and we don't need to change. So sometimes some organizations also think like that. So there's also kind of barrier. The lack of mentors at bedside who can work hand in hand with clinicians to help them learn these skills and implement them consistently. So here is also the factor that make our clinical college have no chance to implement the evidence, is because they have no mentor for do that. And here is in the individual barrier. So actually the personal skepticism, the resistance, and don't want any changing. So they are really, really comfort with the comfort zone, don't want to change. There's also kind of the barrier to implement the research evidence in the clinical setting. Negative attitude about the research and little interest in conducting studies. And this is the realistic alternative to implement evidence-based practice. So first one, researchers and practitioners should engage the community, including stakeholders, as an equal partner in the initiation of community-based interventions. Universities should make it a priority that the next generations of researchers, for example, graduate students and practitioners, acquire real experience in community-based program. Existing practitioners should receive quality training and opportunities for skills development to enhance their ability to apply scientific evidence and community knowledge at every stage of interventions development, adaptations, implementations, and evaluations. And funding guidelines should support the acquisitions of the comprehensive knowledge by requiring strong formative and process informations and outcome data. And also designing research as a rational and collaborative, designing research as an organic and dynamic, and designing research as a engaging complexity and multiplicity. And here is the example of the program that can be adopted for us, and it is also feasible to do to bridge the research gap between research and practice. So here is the initiation nursing and midwifery research initiative from British Columbia, which is establishing a program of research collaborations between university and 5 hospitals. They provide training courses for midwives and nurses who have high commitment and willingness on research methodology and evidence-based practice implementations, selecting 5 midwives and 2 staff as a research facilitator within hospital. 1 staff from university has a role as an academic supervisor, and 1 selected midwife as a clinical supervisor, conducting collaborative research and considering role and capabilities of the person involved, and the last, disseminating the research result by using video, providing policy brief, module, and guideline. And here is also the another model of the program for bridging the research and clinical setting. So conductive collaborative research to evaluate interprofessional healthcare practice in a hospital, focusing maternal neonatal healthcare information system, research collaborations between programmer, midwives, nurses, GP, obstetricians, pediatricians, and university researchers. And the aim was to promote innovations of maternal and neonatal care within the hospital, including understanding interprofessional professional role of each maternal and neonatal care provider. And recommendations, policy brief, and guideline were resulted from that kind of research. And here is also 1 supervisor from hospital and 1 from a university. So it is kind of a collaborations of the research as well. And it is also the roadshow for research dissemination program. And we can see here, you can have a look later because you will have my presentation. So I think because of the time, I will skip that. And this is the research opportunity, as I said before, that it is crucial to conduct research related to midwifery service in a specific context. In Indonesia, really, there are many reputable journal calling papers within COVID-19 situations, and many funders also calls for research proposal. I'm a person who are not talking only, and as a nowadays I also having an opportunities, having opportunities as a lead of this research, and it is also related in COVID-19 pandemic. First, I'm become a lead of the Indonesian side for survey on pregnant and postnatal women's experience and quality of life during the COVID-19 pandemic. It is the team are at University of Leeds, UNISA, UMS, and UGM. We have the fund from a Global Challenge Research Fund, and the second one I got it from BKKBN, and the title is Program Smart Tanggap Kesehatan Ibu, Tumbuh Kembang Anak dan Keluarga Berencana pada masa pandemi COVID-19. And the third one, luckily I was awarded for having the research award from International Confederations of Midwives, and nowadays I'm proposing them for making a little bit change of our proposal, for my proposal to be linked within the COVID-19 pandemic, so the evidence will be really including the COVID-19 pandemic situations. And in terms of disseminations, I can say that ICM will have the Congress in Bali in 2021, and it actually was in 2020, but it is postponed because of the COVID-19. So hopefully in June 2021, it will be held in Bali still. And we as a SPPC committee, because I'm the one who are including in the SPPC ICM, we have special topic about COVID-19 pandemic. So about the maternal and children health and midwifery matters, special topic in COVID-19. So if you all really want to disseminate your research research finding, this also will be one of the great opportunity, because there will be people around the world, so there will be gathering of the midwives around the world. I think that's all my presentation, and it is the last of the conclusions of my presentation. It is challenging to implement research evidence, but it is doable and could significantly improve midwifery care, and subsequently it will improve quality life of women and children, and that will be have an impact in quality life of the family. I think that's all my presentations. Mrs. Elva, I'm sorry. I just taking it longer because I thought I will have a 40 minutes. So the screen and times I will give it back to you. Thank you. Hello? 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 Right. Hello?
Hello, could you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm so sorry. And thank you for your awesome material. research information also for us from Bu Andari. How could you hear me?
I think you've reached Mbak Elva. I'm sorry.
Hello?
Hello, yeah?
Yeah. Hello, could you hear me?
Yeah.
Could you hear me right now, Bu?
Yeah.
Okay. Your material in bahasa and
Hello, Mbak Elva. I think the first questions for Ibu Koni, ya. Hello,
Mbak Elva.
Hello. Hello, right now, could you hear me?
Mbak Elva, I think the first questions for Ibu Koni, ya.
Yes, I'm so sorry because the trouble, my connection is trouble right now. Could you hear me right now?
Yeah, but still some interrupt.
Okay, I'm so sorry about this connections. Yes, the first questions, Bella Swandiso for Ibu Koni, how midwives encourage and giving support to mother who divorced with her hubby or with her spouse.
How midwife encourage, right?
Yes, how midwife encourage it. Encourage. Okay.
Okay.
And yes, the second question for Bu Andari, penelitian in bahasa, penelitian apa yang bisa dilakukan oleh bidan selama masa pandemi COVID-19? Mengingat sekarang sudah banyak sekali penelitian-penelitian yang bermunculan, kemudian untuk proses penelitian yang tatap muka juga sudah because this condition, so it's prohibited. That's the question for Bu Andari.
Yeah.
Okay, so please for Bu Koni to answer the first question, please.
Okay, thank you very much for the question from Mbak Bella Swandiso. So,
Yes, hello Bu Koni. Halo Bu Koni. Halo Bu Koni. Okay, I think Bu Koni is also have the trouble connection like me, so I think for the second question, please Bu Andari to answer the second question.
Right. Can you just share the screen so everyone will also know the questions, and also my answer will be related to the questions, please.
Okay, please the committee to share the screens again.
Right. Okay. While the host showing the slide, I think it was about the what kind of midwifery research that what kind of the midwifery research can be done or can be conducted in the COVID-19 pandemic situations, because I think now there are a lot of things that giving us restrictions for having seeing people or meeting in with the people. So in this case, I can say that we can still having kind of survey, and in terms of methods, we can having a survey, and also we can use the online system like and applications for gaining the data. For example, in my research, I'm using SurveyMonkey, a tool for raising the survey about the COVID-19 pandemic experience and quality life. And in that case, the women and the respondents, they providing the data in with the link that we sent, and then they just fill the form, online survey. So I think this also can be a strategy for us as a researcher for still keep doing the research during COVID-19 pandemic, and also in this kind of platform, we also can have the not only quantitative data but also qualitative data. So they just write something that they experience in the short sentence, and also their view about their life. So I think this also kind of methods that we can use for during the COVID-19 pandemic situations. And in terms of topic to be researched, I think there are a lot actually. So which is for example, I think yes, it is true that the research about the COVID-19 is some people are doing the things like that, but they are still also in the process. So I think it is not too late for us for starting and beginning our research project. So this, I think I can say that I think actually issues around midwifery is a lot. For example, you can see the experience of midwives during COVID-19 pandemic, which is I can also can say that I haven't got any data of that published in an international journal with the high quality process of research. For example, it's also a chance for us. And then I think that's for example, the about the level of anxiety of the mother, for example, during COVID-19 pandemic is also it also kind of topic of research. And then maybe for example, how the couple or how the woman or how the man accessing service of contraceptions, for example, because we can say that we can hear from our government that it might be baby boom after the COVID-19 pandemic. So it is can also kind of research that we can also see and also do. I think that's a lot for doing the things and research about the COVID-19 pandemic.
Oke, thank you Bu Andari for the answer. So jawaban dari Bu Andari tadi terkait dengan pertanyaan yang menyatakan bahwa penelitian apa yang bisa dilakukan oleh bidan selama masa pandemi COVID-19, mengingat sekarang sudah banyak sekali penelitian-penelitian yang bermunculan juga, kemudian terkait dengan bagaimana alternatif yang bisa kita lakukan agar kita bisa melakukan penelitian walaupun tidak dapat bertatap muka langsung dengan responden. Jadi jawabannya sebenarnya banyak hal yang bisa dilakukan meskipun sudah banyak penelitian itu sendiri, kemudian alternatif yang bisa digunakan adalah menggunakan online survei. Jadi online survei ini bisa dibagikan, dan online survei ini tidak hanya untuk penelitian kuantitatif saja, akan tetapi penelitian kualitatif pun bisa online survei ini dijadikan sebagai alternatif. Caranya adalah dengan pada saat memberikan pertanyaan, maka nanti responden akan memberikan jawaban berupa statement ataupun sentence ataupun kalimat seperti itu. Kemudian ada beberapa tadi juga saran dari Bu Andari untuk topik yang bisa diangkat untuk penelitian pada era COVID-19 ini sendiri. Salah satunya adalah akses alat kontrasepsi, di mana kita juga mengetahui sekarang angka kehamilan juga meningkat, lalu ini juga bisa kita amati seperti itu. Dan tadi ada beberapa juga topik-topik yang diusulkan oleh Bu Andari. Itu tadi jawaban dari Bu Andari. So, I think Bu Koni, are you there? Oh, I think Bu Koni said that she has a trouble connection also. So I think, Bu Andari, could you help us about the first question?
Okay, right. Okay. Yeah, the first question is, I think this is not my expertise, but I'm trying to do based on my experience and also my knowledge. And I apologize if it will not satisfy the one who are giving this answer. So, how midwives encourage and giving support to mother who divorced with her hubby or her husband? Well, actually, if we talk about the service for the woman, we actually, you know, the center of the service will be the woman. So if they divorce with the husband, so how do we, you know, how do we make the woman still, you know, still become, you know, is still in a good mood, in a good condition, for example, like that. So we still can you know, replace the positions of husband with the other relatives or the mother or the father, I mean, like the father, not the father of the baby, the father of the mother, so I think relative and the friends will be also kind of source of support for the midwife, for the woman as well. So if we think about that, actually, maybe we can have see that in other countries, a lot of women, a lot of pregnant women, they have no husband, they are single mother, they decided to be single mother, so they have support from their friends, from their relatives. So it is also can you know, can be an alternative for the woman for still having the support from others, social support from others. I think that's I'm not sure if it has answered the questions, but yeah, I think that's.
Thank you, Bu Andari, for helping us to answer the question. Actually, Bu Koni is here right now. Bu Koni, are you here?
Yeah. I'm sorry.
It's okay,
the other challenge of this new normal life.
Okay, help us also for answering the question. So that's from Bu Andari. That's probably to change the spouse is family and friends, like that, to change the rules to support the mother. So what do you think about this question?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question from the questioner, because I think Bu Andari already answered about this question very well, and I just supplement some of the issue. Yes, in fact, ideally, wife and husband, they together come to the healthcare provider to seek the facilities, to seek the information, to seek services for preparing the pregnancy and also preparing the liver or something like that. But in fact, sometimes doesn't go smoothly as the ideal condition. So for this particular condition, I think midwife can encourage from family. So we call it family center care. Now we move from midwife center care to family center care because we try to empower not only husband, but also the family as well. For example, like maybe mothers, like sisters, or even neighbor or any other relative that can give the support from the mothers, the resources support from the mother. I just want to show you a little bit because I already mentioned in my PPT, but maybe because this was the screen. Oh, can I share my PPT? Can I share here screen?
Please kindly to make Bu Kony also as a co-host.
All right. Here it is. I just want to point out this one. Just want to point this picture. As you can see from the picture, right? Not all the mothers, they accompanied by the husband. Here, they accompany with the sister, right?
Okay.
And this company with the sister as well, but still going out. But this is the sister. And also this is the sister, not all the husband. This is the sister. And even they come by themselves, but they feel they can empower the mothers itself. So she came to my class and then she told me that my husband can accompany me and I have no sister, I have no mother-in-law or my mother here, I'm alone here, but I want to empower myself. Okay, then we try to support, you know, this is it was me and I try to give her assist some like what others do like this. So to make like feeling, oh, egg-like, something same feel with others, like it's okay, even though I have no my husband right now here, but I still have something same with others. Midwives still accompany me and give me a support, physically support, something like that. But it's happened before the outbreak of COVID-19, right? But for now, we can try another method instead of this physical contacting, like virtual visiting, like we try to communicate with others relative or with friends or with others person that we can empower as a source of support for the mothers. It's whatever or whoever people just surround her. But the most important thing is she or he can give support, or maybe even brother, big brother, little brother, or something like that. It's still okay. But whoever they can give some support for the mothers and the mother feel okay, comfort with that, okay with that. I think it's okay. So not only for husband and father here. I think that one, hopefully it can answer the question.
Yes, jadi jawaban dari pertanyaan yang tadi adalah bagaimana ketika seorang ibu itu sendiri tidak bisa diberikan support oleh suaminya karena alasan sudah bercerai seperti itu. Jadi jawabannya adalah ya dengan mengganti peran tersebut dengan melibatkan keluarga. Jadi bidan tidak hanya melakukan pendekatan dengan suami saja, akan tetapi juga melakukan pendekatan dengan keluarga. Tadi Bu Andari juga sudah menjelaskan dan Bu Kony juga menambahkan tadi dengan gambar-gambar juga, di mana pada saat di praktik ataupun di lapangan ketika tidak ada suami itu digantikan oleh keluarga mereka, entah itu saudara perempuan, bisa juga dengan saudara laki-laki ataupun dengan orang tua dari ibu itu sendiri atau ibu hamil itu sendiri ataupun ibu bersalin seperti itu. Okay, thank you for Bu Andari and Bu Kony already have answered the question. So thank you once more for our extraordinary speakers. I'm always amazing how you both deliver the materials. And kesimpulan yang bisa kita ambil dari pemaparan materi para pembicara kita untuk sesi kebidanan hari ini adalah bidan dapat berperan banyak dalam menghadapi pandemi ini. Banyak hal yang bisa kita lakukan untuk meningkatkan kualitas pelayanan kesehatan ibu dan anak meskipun dalam situasi menghadapi pandemi COVID-19. Pemberdayaan pasangan dan meningkatkan kuantitas dan kualitas penelitian juga menjadi salah satu cara yang bisa kita lakukan. That's all from us. Thank you once more Bu Kony and Bu Andari. I hopefully could see you directly soon after the condition is normal.
Yeah.
Thank you for Yes, thank you so much. Thank you for our outstanding 20,000 audiences. I'm so sorry for the mistake that I did during this session. See you on the next webinar. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I give it back to Master of Ceremony.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Elva. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much to the all experts for the presentation. Well, coming to the end of this agenda. With everything that we did are blessed by Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, and with every activity that will be running smoothly. Let's close over even today by saying Alhamdulillah together. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ya, oke. Kepada seluruh para peserta, untuk pengisian link evaluasi dilakukan sampai pukul 15.00 WITA, dan e-sertifikat dapat diunduh maksimal 3 kali 24 jam setelah kegiatan webinar internasional ini berlangsung di halaman website fik.umat.ac.id. Kami ulangi sekali lagi, untuk pengisian link evaluasi dilakukan sampai batas pukul 15.00 WITA. Kepada para peserta, kami mohon untuk mengaktifkan video karena akan kami lakukan pendokumentasian. Kami mohon dengan sangat kepada para peserta untuk mengaktifkan video karena akan dilakukan pengambilan dokumentasi. Terima kasih. Sayang. Oke, hadirin sekalian, terima kasih atas kesempatannya. Terima kasih telah hadir dalam acara webinar internasional Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan Universitas Muhammadiyah Mataram. Semoga lebih bermanfaat dan terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bisa dimunculkan dah videonya, Bang Noval, biar apa?